Thank y'all. I'll call our September 26th meeting of JLBC to order. The staff has prepared me a really good script to follow, and I intend to try to follow it to the very best of my ability. When I get off, the Lieutenant Governor's going to steer me back. He's hands close to the gavel, too. So I welcome you all here in our gallery full of visitors. First of all, in looking at our agenda, you've got your minutes there in your packet. Or y'all want to approve per diem and expenses first? How about we do that? Get that out of the way. I think you've got that folder in front of you.
So move.
Rick's got a motion. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Yeah, I'm getting way ahead. All right, I believe now in order to proceed, we need a motion to resolve ourselves into executive session to receive the staff presentation.
So move.
Second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Do I hear a motion that we actually go into executive session to determine, to discuss matters within the jurisdiction of the JLBC as provided in 2541.7 of the Mississippi Code?
So move.
Motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. We're now in executive session. I would ask any visitors.
We got somebody
All right. Somebody will notify our
Yes.
folks outside. There was no explanation.
What you said. Who's gonna read Corey's report?
Now back in open session. Our visitors are coming in. For the committee, a copy of the committee's meeting schedule for this fall is at your desk. Please take note of that. JLBC is meeting today to hear budget requests from the various agencies and the ELBO staff to adopt legislative budget recommendation guidelines. We will return on Thursday, November 14th to review the staff LBR and adopt a joint revenue estimate with the governor. And as a quick reminder, as the director has already reminded us, we will have our committee photo on that day. So however you wish to be recorded for the annals of history around this place, dress appropriately that day. And we will return after that meeting on Wednesday, December 11, to publicly adopt and release the recommendation. Please put those dates on your calendar. All right, we will move into our normal, regular JLBC meeting to handle some routine business. As chairman, I will hereby call this part of the meeting to order. You've got your minutes from our April 5th, 2024 meeting before you. So the first item of business will be to approve the minutes of the prior meeting of the committee. Those minutes, of course, were for the adoption of the fiscal year 2025 sine die estimate. Do I hear a motion to approve those minutes? Motion and a second. All opposed? Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Hearing no objection, those minutes will stand approved. Next on our agenda are the peer prison reports and LBO expenditure reports. You've got those regular monthly reports, which include the peer prison report and the LBO expenditure reports. If you have questions regarding either of these, Mr. Matt Dry is with us from peer. Does anybody have any questions about those? The director has indicated to me and getting me up to speed on all of this that those reports are all routine, and unless there are questions, those reports will be noted in the minutes. I don't believe we need a motion, do we?
No.
All right. Guidelines for fiscal year 2026 recommendations. Our next item of business would be to adopt guidelines preparing this 2026 staff budget recommendation. Copies of these proposed guidelines are being passed out to you now, I believe. They're being distributed. They cover, staff has covered what these guidelines would be with us earlier. Is there any discussion or any front and back on that sheet you're being in? I'll let y'all look at those for just a minute. I believe they're kind of what we've previously discussed. Only big change being noting in item number 3, the mandated increases such as the PERS increase and health insurance increase. All right, you've all got those guidelines. Do I hear a motion to approve them?
Second.
Second. All in favor? Opposed? Right, those guidelines will stand approved. At this point, we will begin our agency hearings, I believe. Y'all got a schedule there in your packet for today's hearings.
45.
First vote. Are they out?
Yeah, CBS is here.
If they're here, we'll go ahead and start. If they're not, we'll pause for 10 minutes.
I guarantee they're gonna be on time today.
Welcome, ladies.
Good morning.
Y'all have the floor.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad we were early today.
Thank you.
Can y'all hear us? Can you hear me? Okay. Sure. Good morning. Thank y'all for having us today. I'm Chris Adcock, the Senior Deputy at Mississippi State Department of Health. I have with me this morning Sharon Dowdy, who's our Chief Financial Officer and Chief Administrative Officer. Our apologies that Dr. Edney could not be here today. He had a family commitment that could not be adjusted, so he does send his apologies for that. But we wanted to take time this morning and just have an opportunity to present the highlights of our 26 requests this morning. We're pleased to share with you a few key points regarding the agency, and also we'll speak directly from your handout to make that easier this morning. The first bullet on your handout is a general fund request of $3 million, and that's actually a result of legislative action last year. You'll remember that the Office of Mississippi Physician Workforce was transferred from UMC to the Health Department. We're actually housing that office in our Center for Rural and Population Health. That center is leading our state health planning efforts. You'll also remember that we were charged with some additional study of the healthcare system. Pull it back.
Pull it to you a little bit.
Now you can really hear me, can't you? Do you want me to start over?
Nope, you're good.
Okay, all right. So you'll remember that we were charged with some additional responsibility last year to study the healthcare system, and that will be housed in the Center for Rural and Population Health, where OMPW will also lie. That increase in the appropriation request will allow us to collaborate in 3 areas of the state to start 3 new residency training programs. That first training program would be in South Central region of Mississippi and would focus on internal and family medicine. The second program would be in the Meridian area and would focus on OB care. And the third program would be in the Delta area to focus specifically on rural training for residents and also have an emphasis on OB care. You guys know that Mississippi already has a healthcare provider shortage as defined by HRSA, so these efforts would help us address that shortage throughout the state. Your second bullet also represents a request of an additional $1 million to allow us to invest in patient navigation throughout the county health departments. You'll recall from last year, we shared with you plans to go towards a super clinic model, to move more towards a community-based model of care and community-based health departments. What we would envision doing is allowing our staff to serve as patient navigators to help individuals access services throughout their communities, but also to look at how they can access healthcare coverage. So they would assist individuals with applying for Medicaid or applying through third-party benefits through entities like healthcare.gov. So we want to increase the number of Mississippians that have access to healthcare coverage and thus increasing the number of individuals who have access to healthcare. We also want to take an opportunity to provide you with an update on the Rural Water Infrastructure Program that's currently being funded through ARPA funds. Right now, we have 193 projects with a total of $384 million obligated to strengthen the infrastructure of our rural water systems throughout the state. Sharon.
My turn. Another part of our budget request you'll notice, oh, let me pull it down. No, you can't hear me. Here. Is this one working? There it goes. You'll see in our request that we are taking some items out that we did not need because it was one-time funding related to like the EMS Memorial, reappropriation of funds for ARPA, and some of the money that was related to the domestic violence funds we received. We are asking for more, it's like an administrative change, I would say. We have some funding that's in our normal health budget that we need moved over to our local government and rural water budget, just for administrative purposes of getting some staff put into the right places. We're also asking for funding dealing with our Underwood renovation. You'll recall over the several years we have received some funding through DFA. Right now we're in phase 1A, which is our pharmacy warehouse. That is being funded with ARPA funds that DFA received. We expect that construction to finish by May of 2025. We have also received funding through DFA with capital expense funds for phase 1B, which is the renovation of the actual inside of our old public health laboratory. We're hoping that construction will begin before May of next year. So what that leaves us with is phase 2, which is actually our Underwood building. That Underwood building was built in like 1958, 1953, around that time. We want to do a complete gut job. We've had the plans in the works for a while. I know we bring this up every year basically, but we do not have the funding through DFA or our own funds to do that complete renovation. So I'm aware that I think DFA will have this on their project list as well to come to you with. Another thing we've put on there for some funding is to replace elevators in our Osborne building. The Osborne building was built in 1999. These elevators are original to the building, which granted that's not very old, 25 years. However, these are causing us major issues going out all the time. So just for safety of employees, especially when we have, fire drills, or we've actually had fire alarms before, we cannot get staff out of the building because an elevator may be broken and then you're not supposed to use the elevator anyway, take that back. But you just can't get people up and down the elevators when they're going out. We've just had a lot of issues with them. One thing we had in here again was our buckets. I know Dr. Edney likes to talk about our buckets. So on the very last page of our handout today is that chart. So you'll know that is our state general funds and our other state support. Other state support meaning capital expense funds, tobacco control, healthcare expendable. So you will notice in those buckets that the majority of the funds that we receive are not for specific administrative type things of the agency. It is for specific programs that are outlined in the appropriation bill, or it's for items that we are sub-granting out and passing through. So most of the money we receive through those is actually going out to another part. Let me piggyback on something that Chris was saying about ARPA. So, that the Horn has been providing elbow information on what they have to de-obligate and send over to the transportation. So everything is obligated except for a few funds out of our local provider innovation grant program. We should be sending around, I'm going to say like $300,000 that will not be obligated. Out of our hospital expanded capacity bucket, there's going to, let me find my page, we'll round it to about $4 million that we anticipate will come back and be able to go to another program. Let's see. That is really all. If you have any questions for us.
Any questions of Ms. Adcock or Ms. Dowd from the committee?
Yeah.
Senator Harkins, you reckon that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many of these denials have gone on with the rural water and the ARPA funds?
So I would have to pull that specific information for you of the number of denials. I know that we have 193 projects right now that are currently being worked on. Most of those are construction projects, but I'm happy to pull any denial information and get that back to you.
So 193, how many more projects do you think are in the pipeline to be installed?
We believe that everything is obligated right now, so I don't believe that number will increase.
So do you think that all the ARPA money that was allocated to rural water will be spent?
Yes, one of the things that we are doing is because we were concerned about the supply issues that we've heard about related to the different contractors. And so we asked them to report on a monthly basis any barriers that they're encountering or any challenges that they envision that would prevent them from meeting those completion timelines.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Montgomery.
Yes, ma'am. Did I understand you say that roughly 4.5 million unobligated that will be swept? Did I hear that?
We'll round it to about this is overall out of all of our ARPA, around about 4.1 or so. A portion of that is out of our local provider innovation grant and a portion out of the hospital expanded capacity.
Thank
Yeah.
Any further questions from the committee? All right. Thank you, ladies, for being here.
Thank you all.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome. Thank y'all for being here.
Thank you. Is that one on? All right. Thank you for the opportunity to tell you about our needs in the agency. I'm Andrea Sanders. I'm with Department of Child Protection Services. And you're getting a packet right now. A few things I want to point out. One, our agency runs a 24/7 first responder service. We do it on an 8 to 5 agency model. So we're already thin for coverage when you consider that we're trying to cover all night and all weekend. Our business is protecting children from abuse or neglect and in their own homes, and then exploitation by anyone. That has to be done by people. So state employees are necessary for this job or contracted employees. The other thing is that our work is children who've already been abused, so we can't leave them on our desk and we can't put them in a stack for the next person. They literally have to be held by someone. We stand in the shoes of the state as their parents. So we represent you. The state of Mississippi has custody of 4,100 children today. I'm your representative. I'm your agent for that purpose. And 4 years in, I'm not going to lie to you, it's a heavy job. So the things that are necessary, the things that really comprise my budget are cost of workforce, keeping a qualified, well-trained workforce prepared at all times for a changing number of children in a changing geographical place. I have no control over who comes into the system. The youth court has full control of that. And so I have to take what's given to me. I'm not able to create a waiting list. I'm not able to go on diversion. I'm not able to close down a unit. So, and I don't have a unit. We don't have bricks and mortar other than our office buildings. So when we take a child, we have to both recruit and contract with a suitable family-based placement for that child, or we have to contract with a facility or a treatment facility. So big categories: workforce, cost of living for children. Once we take that child, we owe them everything their parent should give them. And in fact, legally, we have a heightened duty once they come into our custody. We owe them more than the parent would give them. And then the other cost that the state's really behind on is the cost of preventing child abuse before it happens or mitigating it early and keeping children in the least restrictive placement, closest to a home setting, closest to their community. We do have some administrative expenses like every other agency. One that, nothing extraordinary, one that leaps out is that the agency has never had vehicles. We got 3 in the divorce from DHS. And so you approved some additional vehicles last year. We transport children all across the state into other states, and our staff are doing it in their own vehicles. I don't have a way to control quality or reliability of those vehicles, safety. So that's a point of exposure for the state. We have asked for some suitable vehicles to start to at least have some in every area of the state available when we need to transport multiple children. I'll actually point you to the back of the packet first. This is some agency data. You'll see at the top that we have 1,594 foster homes licensed. 905 are what we call regular foster homes, and 689 are relative foster homes. We have seen a sharp decrease in the number of foster homes, and I'm going to tell you that I'll own part of that. The agency is not very good at customer service sometimes. There's also a lot of confusion created by the authority the court has or takes to move children around or order placements, even though the statute clearly says that the agency has sole authority for that purpose. So there's a fair amount of moving children for purposes outside of the agency's purpose. We are going to, as an agency this year, focus on reducing unnecessary moves, keeping kids in their home base, which means keeping them either with relatives that they know or keeping them with someone who's important to them, keeping them in their own school district, if that's appropriate. These kinds of things, first of all, there's evidence that indicates that it reduces the number of moves a child makes by, sometimes as much as 75%. The other thing is that it keeps children in connection with the people who matter to them. And one of the primary indicators of kids who succeed after having suffered the trauma of removal from their family, separation, is that they have belonging and connection somewhere with adults, that they know are not going to abandon them. So we're focusing on keeping them in their home base because it's less expensive, it creates less trauma for the child, and but it does mean really working hard to find family early, license family, support them in a way that makes them successful as a placement for all 4 SIBs. If I've got a 72-year-old grandma and she's living off of her Social Security, the kids know her. They've been in and around her house all their lives. In the past, we've been extremely limiting on whether or not her house physically would meet the requirements to be licensed, down to some pretty picky things. So we're rewriting our licensure regs in line with the federal standards. We're focusing on finding safety and creating safety in households that have potential rather than excluding obvious households. Because the alternative for those 4 children, if grandma can't take them and be successful, is they're probably going to get flung all over the state, separated. It's very, very hard to find foster homes that will take multiple children in the night. And when I tell you, we take multiple children in sibling sets this year, it's been extraordinary. Sibling sets of 7, 9 in tiny counties. And so like I said, once we take them, we have a higher burden to them. We have a higher duty to them. So on the charts where it says agency data, you will see a focus this year on foster family recruitment, local foster family recruitment, targeted recruitment for the types of children we have. And I'm going to be asking you for significant funding increase to improve what we pay to what we call regular foster families and also for therapeutic foster families. And I'll show you in a minute why that's going to pay for itself. Today, one thing that's really important to note here, this graph, I know you can't read any of those dates or any of those numbers, so I got a magnifying glass out and I wrote down what they are. These graphs start on, I know, I'm going to have them fixed for your hearing, Senator Boyd. December 4th, 23 is where this starts and ends on 9/16 of 24. The number of children in custody, and I want you to really pay attention to this. You see the trend line. It's on a significant upward trend, and it stayed that way all year. That is unusual. We have very predictable points in the year where we see dips and spikes. Right before children leave for school, teachers call a lot. After they get home, our call volume goes down. So this is kind of an alarming trend because it's not happening in our sister states. I've talked to all of my colleagues, and it may be because we haven't invested in prevention services to the level that the state should or could. We certainly, we didn't apply for the Family First Prevention Services Act money when it was available. So we're just now beginning to get that to come into the state. But I also have, aberrant trends in small counties. And I know that there was the whole push last year for a uniform youth court. I don't know if y'all know this, but it was controversial. So, if we move forward as a state with a uniform youth court, and I believe it is absolutely necessary, some of these problems will never be cured without it. But it's going to be hard. You're going to hear somebody who's very angry about that. So at this point in time, our laws are set up so that I basically have no control over the front door. I screen every call that comes in. I have trained staff. I'm building out technology and using evidence to create screening tools that would give us some expectation of efficacy in those decisions. I have layers of decision makers who are trained looking at those calls that come in, but every call goes to each county judge from the moment it gets to me, and they override decisions. So I'm not saying that that's good or bad. I'm saying that sole control lies with the youth court for who comes into the system. We are proceeding with building in better technology and better evidence-based decision-making tools. But in the end, that, like I said, that can be overridden. Number of in-home cases. That's another type of work volume that we have. These are cases where the court orders the agency to provide services and monitor in the child's home. I've pushed really hard to keep this as a formalized process. In the past, the state was or a lot of habits of sort of court ordering informal monitoring, and I don't know what that means, but it goes on indefinitely, and it means that we're in and out of people's houses for years sometimes. If you stay in somebody's house long enough, y'all are parents, right? You'll find something. So we want to ensure that there are no risk indicators for safety for that child, but I would argue we need to get out of people's family space. It's sacred space. Parents want to be good parents. There's a wide trend of drug abuse in the state right now, and that's probably the biggest thing that's inhibiting parenting. Next week, I'll be really advocating for getting real, genuine treatment for that because it's costing you terribly on the back end to not have it. Number of open investigations is the other. This is sort of a measure of our work volume. You'll see that it spiked up. Well, you can't see, but I'm going to tell you that that's this past spring where the numbers really take that big spike. And that influx of calls actually coincided with some difficulty converting our old MACWA system to a modern platform. That's a project that's been ongoing parallel to the CWIS project, just to make sure it doesn't crash on us until we get the other platform built. And it didn't go well. So we spent about 17 days where the system kept crashing itself, and they thought it was an easy fix, and it was not. So we had to convert back to the old system, and then we have been playing catch up ever since to get investigations back down to a reasonable place. We have made steady progress on that, but it's a fact of the influx that changes, and I have some courts that require us to investigate 100% of calls on all children 0 to 5, or 100% of calls. And then the MCI call volume, you'll see that there's a little spike in it around the time we had the spike in investigations. But it has not done the unusual things that the other workload has done. It does account for that spike in investigations we saw in the spring. That makes sense. But, and there's some other, these timelines are the same, by the way. So the trends you see are apples to apples. Anyway, I'll move on. The number of children that we have free for adoption, 1,046, 642 have a plan of adoption, which means in the court process, they have moved on to that second phase of the case that's TPR, termination of parental rights. Requires a high burden of proof and good demonstration of due process. So parents have to have been served properly by the court. I would argue that service by the agency does not count. Passing the word along to a parent that they have a court date is not the same as actual notice. Right now, we implemented really a work plan with the Attorney General's office. And so you see there that the number of adoptions it's fluctuated over the years. It's going back down. And I believe that is because we've really eliminated the backlog, and it appears that a steady number of cases is moving at a steady rate through the system. I think there's room to reduce the amount of time in TPR, and there's room to reduce the amount of time before an adoption is finalized. Part of that requires getting a clean case from the outset so that you have the required showing that you need for the court to make those decisions. The next page, I wanted to show you a little bit of what we've been investing in technology. While we've been building the new CWIS system, I've also had a data team using the data we have and building out dashboards so that the agency has real-time data on where kids are. And this is related to caseloads. Who has what on their caseload? How many kids do they have on their caseload? So I can look at this every day and know what our status is. That MSA status is the caseload ratio that the state agreed to in the Olivia Y lawsuit in 2016. It's roughly 14 to 1. If you think about a preschool classroom, like how many kids to teacher, same kind of idea. If caseworkers do not have a reasonable caseload, they will fail and kids will suffer. I think 14 to 1 is a very conservative estimate. National standards really allow for more like 17 or 18 to 1. As you can guess with children, you've had them in your home. Sometimes 1 can be like 10, but we're working within what we know to be at least nationally accepted standards. As of today, we're meeting 79% of our caseloads meet the Olivia Y standard, the really strict 14-to-1 standard. The state's never seen a 79% met in 20 years. So this is an all-time high. It has taken tremendous effort. It is like, it's like fighting a ground war in a ditch. The other important thing to look at is that number in the yellow, 102, are close. That means that 729 plus 102 are really meeting the national standards for safety. So we're really hovering around 89% in terms of what's actually reasonable. The lawsuit would allow me to make sure 90% of our caseloads meet the rigid standard and let the other 10% have as many kids as I want. That does not make sense to me. It does not make kids safer. So we've also focused, even though we don't get credit for it in suit, we focused on reducing the number of caseworkers who are severely overloaded. So where we had upwards of 100 caseworkers that had beyond 2.0 times the number of the reasonableness ratio. Some had as much as 5 times the caseload that they should. We've brought those numbers down. I have 6 people left in the agency out of approximately 100 over the past year who have a caseload over 2.0. I also have, we've reduced the numbers between 1.0 and 2.0 as we do that. So we're looking holistically at creating safety for kids, not just meeting the Olivia Y standard. Having that readily available data is not something that's really common in state government. And when I walked into the agency, I had no way of knowing who had what caseload at any given time. I got to see that at the end of a quarter. You can't manage that way, not when it matters so much. This is like a little mini war. You have to have the right people in the right place at the right time, and that changes daily. So I'm very proud of our team for producing that. And on the back page, Governor Hosemann, this is your report. It tells you where all of our kids are. A couple of things I want to point out to you is that we have 26 kids today who are in out-of-state placements. 14 of those are receiving Medicaid to cover for the out-of-state placement is accepting Medicaid. The remainder are not, so they're 100% state cash. Currently, we're obligated to about $14.6 million in state general fund alone to send kids out of state for treatment that either won't accept the child in this state or doesn't exist. So the agency is becoming the de facto default system of care for teens, particularly in the state. You all have probably heard from sheriffs, you'll hear from mental health, education. There is a kind of an alarming trend of teens who are really very difficult to handle. And maybe it's not growing. Everyone, anecdotally, it's growing. But by and large, even if they start with a juvenile justice issue, there's nowhere to send them, can't get them in Oakley, they come to us. We're taking custody of children to give them Medicaid when CHIPS won't cover certain treatment. We're being given custody is the thing I should say, of children who, I had one last week, the child wants to go to Job Corps. I think that's a great thing, but his family makes too much money. So he was put in state custody to obtain eligibility for Job Corps. I don't deny that kid should have access to Job Corps, but it's an abuse of the state system that's designed for a particular purpose, and that's protecting children in their sacred space behind closed doors where some children, 15% of the children we see, are being severely abused, felony abuse, sexual abuse. And when you overrun the system and you overuse it for all things that are going wrong for children, it fails. So back to what I'm asking for. I am asking for a significant increase this year, $21,656,000 and some change. I have it broken down what we intend to use that money for. Right off the bat, number one is workforce cost, and employees are expensive. You helped me invest in getting the lowest salary up to something marketable a couple of years ago. We worked with SPB and got a career ladder in place for social services that's actually been adopted by some other agencies. It's really a good model. It has 9 rungs. It allows people to they're incentivized to get a higher degree, get a licensure, stay with the agency, build on their leadership skills. It's one of the primary mechanisms that's allowed us to reduce our turnover rate and keep it from at roughly around 21-22%. That is down. Originally, when I got to the agency, the turnover rate wasn't being calculated, but it was as high as 35%. National average is 30%, so 21.8 is, we're in a small group of states that enjoy a turnover rate that low. We are continuously working on getting it down further. I'd like to be in the teens. This work requires significant training. We're doing very nuanced work, and it really needs ongoing training. And then it's really important to recognize that young students coming out of school, well-trained, this is work that requires practice. It is a skill. And knocking on someone's door as a social worker without law enforcement authority, without, a weapon, which we don't want them to have. They're going to try to keep a family together or to get a child out of their parents, if they're being abused, to a safer home place. But at any rate, investing in getting qualified people and keeping qualified people is really important, because the skill set is not, I can't just hire somebody off the street and put them out there. We have to give them 270 hours of training under the Olivia Y settlement. That's really a minimum, in my opinion. And what we've done is implemented a graduated caseload that really, they get a small caseload when they come out of that training, and then they build over the next 3 months. But all that means that unless the employee had worked for the agency previously in the last 5 years, it takes me 5 months to get an employee into full production. I'm not going to read all of this to you. I'm asking for 1.8 to add 15 attorneys. We are, one of the ways that we're creating some stability is having attorneys go file motions in court and speak on behalf of the agency and serve as an intermediary, getting the right evidence in the courtroom. In the past, there's been a prosecutor and a GAL, both of whom are usually really closely tied with the court. And that's not I'm not saying courts are bad. I'm just saying that these are hard decisions to make, and people are very emotional about them. Nobody's lukewarm on this subject. So everybody brings their passion and their bias and their own childhood to the table. And I think that we get better decisions for children when we have all the evidence and the protection of the formality of the court process. You've been told over the years that youth court is special. It should be run differently than court. I disagree. I think our court system is well suited to get all the voices at the table. We have mechanisms for protecting confidentiality. Chancery does it all the time. And then the court has all the evidence in front of them from the outset, not somebody's opinion of how bad that home was, but a collection of evidence that they can weigh. We are starting a pilot project to
Can I,
get,
Mr. Chairman, can I have? ask a question?
Lieutenant Governor Rick.
I appreciate you going through all of this, and particularly the reduction in the turnover rate, which was 35% when you started. So thank you. That's critical. That experience about the people is critical. Last year, you requested that we put 6 attorneys with the Attorney General office. Are those 6 attorneys working?
they are.
So would that mean that you want 21 attorneys, or do you want the 6 attorneys that are currently at the Attorney General's office?
I want 15 attorneys.
So we'd move the 6 from the Attorney General's office to your sphere?
I'll leave that up to you how to accomplish it.
Well, we're not doing 21, so
Right.
the 6, you either get 9 and the 6 you were already paying for, or you appropriated those because you requested them last time.
I approved the request.
Yeah. Well, you
I
requested that
agreed
you
to.
have attorneys.
Yes, sir.
And so in discussions that you and I had in the Attorney General, that there was a basic agreement that they be at the Attorney General's office. But what you're telling us is that's not as efficient as you'd like.
Let me give you a little more context. We've taken the ARPA money you gave us and we've implemented a pilot project. You know, you gave us clear clarification this past year that as a necessary party, we're entitled to representation in the courtroom. That was not well established before that. We don't have enough attorneys to be in every courtroom. We started a pilot project with ARPA money. We've contracted with Baker Donaldson and the Thompson Law Firm to cover approximately 14 counties right now and have an attorney on behalf of the agency in our office, prepping for court, knowing the evidence before we get to court, looking for the holes in the evidence, filing motions to move the case faster. So that's just starting. We have 6 attorneys on board through that pilot project. This is all through contract, and it ends at the end of 2027 when our ARPA funds run out. And I hope to come to you with data on what a difference that makes in the courtroom, whether it saves you money or not, whether children move to permanency faster. Our state is 6 months behind the average in the Southeast on getting children to permanency. We take 6 extra months. In some cases, we take years because we don't have an adjudication on the record to get to the end of the case. So my attorneys can prod the court, file a motion for an adjudication order, present the court with an order. It allows attorneys to get together and present agreed orders to the court. So we're asking for more court involvement. What I'm finding is a lot of legal emergencies are being stirred up because there's unrest in the system. There's fear of change. There's fear that you're going to create a uniform youth court. And so it's churning right now, and it's creating some havoc for us. So I think 15 attorneys, of the things I've asked for, honestly, I think I'll get the most out of my money for those.
I want to go back, and I appreciate all that. Some of that was similar to what we talked about a year ago. I mean, 2 years ago when you and I started visiting. So having said that, so what I would like to see, anyway, I can speak for the other 13 people here. What I'd like to see is, are you better off hiring individual attorneys like you're doing now? What's most efficient for you, cost-wise and obviously result-wise? And then second of all, we pay for 6 lawyers over here at the Attorney General's office, some of which were never hired. And now you're coming back and wanting 15 over here. So I'm going from 15 plus 6 is 21 plus outside counsel, and you're getting up to a huge staff. Now you need X amount. And some of those may be for hire lawyers. So, and that may be less expensive because of our overhead and our PERS and everything else. It may be less expensive for you to do that. But just hiring 21 lawyers, I recognize the problems. We are behind in getting people that are ready for adoption to get out adoption, and that is very difficult for that child, and we need to do better. And you've said that, and I agree with you. So having said that, I'd like for you to come back with where you are on 15 and where you're on 6 and where you're on outstanding lawyers, so that the committee, when they do the budget and we vote on the budget, that we are maximizing the amount of effort that can be made either by hired attorneys, which is fine. That may be less expensive, actually, depending on what your rate is, or by internal attorneys, but not necessarily bifurcating in 2 state agencies, 15 lawyers and 6 lawyers. I just don't see how that's working. They ought to all be somewhere. And what you're asking for, they all be where you are.
So the pilot project will include 4 lawyers from the AG's office, 3 lawyers from our office, and the contracted attorneys through Baker Donaldson, with Thompson Law Firm kind of batting cleanup when we have these emergencies that get created. So I'll have data for you. You know, you told me one time, why don't you create a horse race? We got a horse race.
That's right. And we're voting on July 1st of next year's budget.
Right.
So when we do our final budget, which will be in a month or two, I would appreciate you telling us which one of these 3 or combination. If you have a combination, you know what's most effective for the agency. But I have some concern about us having 6 lawyers over there, 15 lawyers over here, outside lawyers over here. I just want to make sure that's the most efficient way.
You actually have 15 lawyers at the AG's office dedicated to what they call a children's justice group. They were originally...
That begins to raise a problem, and I'm not going to ask you this here, but then why are we still delaying in the amount of adoptions that are getting processed?
They wanted to handle both child support, felony enforcement, and our work. I believe that creates an inherent conflict. They can't take our information from our system.
That's perfectly fine, and I understand that, and I think you're right. I don't know that this 3-headed thing is going to work. If you get it to 2 heads, probably be better, or maybe even 1. But I don't want to delay any further than that. I just remember that we started another path, and now you're asking for a completely different path. And I'd like to know one of those you probably don't need or don't utilize, or one of them is getting conflicted, and I don't want to add 6 lawyers when I could pay for them over here and have them directly responsible to you.
I look forward to talking to you some about that. This is actually a path to. It's not a reversal of direction, but I can.
Well, the goal here, or the races you were talking about, is to reduce the period of time that they're up for adoption and they're sitting there. Now, we started to address that last year with the notice requirement to parents. If they skip it, they don't just redo 60 days, 90 days, or whatever. We can actually go forward and say, you got your notice, you're giving up your parental rights. So there are steps that we want to take, that the legislature's already taken, to give you ammunition to expedite that process. And now we're looking at the lawyers, and I'm real interested in, I think the committee will be, on how you're going to structure your legal force. So I'll leave that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Quickly, I'll just run through. It's important for us to keep that career ladder up to date. It doesn't work if we don't. So if they're promised that they will be able to have a 5% increase when they finish that master's degree with their license, then if we don't pay it, we immediately erode trust and credibility in staying with the system. I will tell you, and I'm not asking for this year, but we got our first level social workers up to around $39,500 as a starting salary, which was a significant leap from the $31,000 they were making. Tennessee is now paying $54,000 for a new social worker out of school. So I'm already seeing an erosion process happening on the northern border. We all fight for staff. It's very hard to get and keep staff. It's extremely hard work. There's some in-range adjustments that go along with the career ladder. The career ladder is only for social service staff, by the way. I want to address the issue of spending authority. Because of the unique work that this agency does, I have to hire continuously. And last year, my projections didn't line up with elbows and SPBs. We learned a lot the hard way. We have worked very closely with elbow and SPB. We are projecting exactly the same way they are now. But the truth of the matter is, if I continue to have kids come into the system like they are, I have to keep hiring. It is unconscionable for the state not to, and we will quickly lose any gains we have on turnover, on caseloads. So I don't know what the answer to that is, but I know that, I cannot stop hiring. And so I'd like for this body to consider how we can correct that. I think I'm okay right now, but if the numbers keep growing at the rate they've been growing, I won't be okay. And I will be back here with a request for a deficit appropriation. I'm not planning for 4,500 kids. And I hope that our efforts to reduce the number coming in the front door work so that we spend the resources on the kids who really need it. Cost of living for children, we got to keep up with inflation because the state is being charged the cost of living for children. We've calculated that at the 4% rate provided by the state economist, comes to around $1 million. We're asking for 10.5 to build out an appropriate system of care. And this is where things get dicey. I'll have a lot more information and detail on this next week, but for the mental health committee. But like I said, the kids are in our lap. We're up all night scrambling for a place to put them. I also have 28 kids in hotels today. And that's an uncomfortable subject that no one would talk about 4 years ago. If I don't talk about it, we can't fix it. And we are not putting kids in hotels because I think that that's a really good idea. We're putting kids in hotels because these kids have nowhere to go and nobody else in the state will take them. They're in a hotel with a sitter. That's one of the reasons I'm pushing to change our licensure regs. Hotel rooms are not licensed, let's face it. And they're places where people go to do seedy things. So it's a horrible solution, but we agreed in the Olivia Y lawsuit not to keep them in our offices. If I just say summarily, we're not putting kids in hotels tomorrow, then I create a situation where my staff have to drive around in their car with them. That's not better. So I have to have a better solution. We've contracted with, we've opened facilities through Baptist Children's Village, through Methodist Children's Home. They fill up like that. And we got the number down to as low as 5 in my tenure, but it has gone off the charts. And that's because children are being put in my custody in lieu of getting, if it's a juvenile detention problem, a severe mental health problem, mama can't manage them at home. That's why I'm going to talk more about community-based home intervention next week. But supporting mama to manage them at home is a whole lot cheaper than the $40,000 a year on average we spend on foster care. And it does a whole lot less harm. I think that really covers, I do have some requests for administrative stuff. I think it's pretty nominal. We do want to add minivans or SUVs to each service area so that at least if we're going out and getting a large volume of kids, I'm not having to get 3 people out of the bed and hook up car seats. So Olivia Y. I have a meeting today. We're in negotiations right now. One of our abeyance periods, a stay in the onerous settlement agreement ended August 31st. So we weren't able to come to an agreement mid-August when I was in New York. And we are negotiating. So we may end up in another a lesser version of the MSA, or I guess maybe an expanded version of the agreed order we're under now. I'm not willing to go into something that's like the MSA, but light, because then I've reaffirmed all of those metrics for the state, and we have a new judge, and those are stale metrics, and they're not creating safety for kids. So hopefully I'll have a productive meeting this afternoon. I I know I've talked a long time. Do you have questions?
Questions from the committee? Senator Parker.
Just one quick question, because you mentioned TANF funds in here, and we had hearing yesterday with MDHS with Mr. Anderson, and as you know, we've got a huge balance in the TANF fund kind of stores. And one thing I've been working or trying to find a solution to over the last few years is how we can more creatively find ways to use that for particular needs. And with some of your need requests, one question I asked him yesterday was if he could find ways, or because he has found some ways in the last couple of years to more effectively use existing TANF funds. Are you aware of, or can you think of any way where some of your needs could be addressed by some collaboration with MDHS to pull down more of those TANF funds which are sitting in reserve right now?
Yes, so far that's been a conversation between Director Anderson and I. I don't know that we see eye to eye on that, but one of the 4 tenets of TANF is reducing kids placed out of their home. So prevention work to keep kids from coming into custody. I think that would be the clearest, best metric for the state to adopt of whether or not our TANF funds are doing their job. If we stop having kids come into custody, that means we're stabilizing. If we reduce safely kids coming into custody, and we keep data on reentries, that's the biggest indicator of whether you were successful in reducing them coming into custody or you just diverted them and left the family in jeopardy, child in jeopardy. But we are converting our use of the ARPA funds to only prevention services. So we're going to expand a program that we started with ARPA funds that is doing it's working. It's just far too few slots. Intercept is a home-based family intervention program. So we're going to convert more funds to that. Now, I have to replace the funds in 27 that I'm spending through ARPA on that. So the TANF money is also my plan for replacing what we're already spending on Intercept. So I have to be careful expanding those slots unless I get more TANF money. We were using some of those funds for some salaries in the agency. I'm still going to need to use them for that in-home layer of the work pre-custody, and that's an allowable use. I'd like to be non-dependent on TANF for salaries, but that's not a reality right now. But I want the bulk of that money to go to family intervention services that are targeted to keep kids safely at home. So parenting classes across the state have lapsed. You all know the part of the TANF.
Could I interrupt for
Yes,
one
sir.
second? So back to the attorney question the Lieutenant Governor had then, is there a way that if the provision to keep the child in the home was being met, that potentially some of the attorney cost expense that you have here might be at least a discussion item between you and Director Anderson on whether or not that can be funded with TANF dollars?
Yes, sir, that's a good idea. It would only apply pre-custody, but I think our best work needs to happen pre-custody. When the kid's been put in a coma, it's too late. That's going to take some research. Everybody in the state's really sensitive about how TANF money is spent, and I get that. I came out of that system during the time that all that happened. But we just need to research and be above board and transparent about what we're doing with it and not be afraid to spend it. The state needs that money.
Right, and that's my feeling too. And the longer we let $100 million sit in that account without proper use, we risk it, being reverted back to the federal government, or we risk it being abused again at some point where the people who remember the problems move on and another group comes along and is not aware of the problem. So, but if you could dig into that a little bit
Okay.
with the director, that's just a personal thing I've been looking at.
I feel strongly about it,
appreciate
too.
the comments on it, and I hope to-
Regardless of which agency has control over it, it really needs to be invested in families. What we're suffering now is, since 2016, we know it wasn't going to families. And so if it's still not, we're looking at almost a decade. That may explain in itself why I'm doing something other states are not doing in terms of escalation of kids. That reminds me, we are applying for the FFPSA. It's been a longer process with feds than I had hoped. But I'm on third round submission. I hope it's the charm. We did just complete a 4E audit. So it's the first one the state has had since 2017. It's the federal audit that looks at whether we're spending our funding appropriately. There's that nexus between the courts. The courts are spending the 4E funding in a lot of regards. And so we may end up in a performance improvement plan. My team's worked really hard to address some errors, and we're really close. You can only have 4 errors without going in a performance improvement plan. And no state has, it's not a big deal to have a performance improvement plan, but I'd like to not. The other thing I didn't mention was CWIS, the case management project that you've been funding for a very long time. It is on track. We did have a pretty large hiccup a couple of months ago. The vendor did not deliver. They didn't deliver a part of the platform they promised, and it was a significant, substantive departure. We had the right people and the right documentation. We're back on track, but it's been a little bit of a protracted contract dispute, and then we were not getting the resources from the company we needed. So I've sat down personally now 4 times with the CEO of Redmayne. They came down here. They've met with me in the governor's office. I believe we're back on track. We had a financials demo yesterday that was very, very successful. So I think that we're on track for rollout late May or midsummer. I'm not willing to promise at this moment, but the project's moving forward.
Thank you. Any further questions from me?
Quick, thank you. Just 2 quick things. I wanted to just get you on the record. You mentioned a statewide youth court system. What is your position from where you come from? Is that something you support, think we need, or not?
Yes. Right now we have 3 different types of courts sitting, applying different standards. And I think some of that can be helped with having the right attorneys for the right parties in the room. But a part-time youth court judge is full-time work. And I think that a solid full-time youth court, even if it's in a district, riding a circuit, you can create kind of a hub where services can be available for kids to try to keep them from just going straight on to the penitentiary.
Yeah. And then the second question is, could you comment just briefly on the partnerships you have with the nonprofit world, the Baptist Children's Village, the Canopies? How did the relationship between y'all and them, how do they help?
We have a really good relationship we've become proactive with our relationship with the nonprofit partners in the state. We're about to let out a number of RFPs that would invite them to start helping us recruit foster homes for all types of foster homes. The agency had been real proprietary about that for some reason, maybe Olivia Y-driven, I don't know, but we need all the help we can get recruiting good foster homes. And I think a private nonprofit is probably better suited to kind of handling them with kid gloves in a way that, fostering's hard, like really hard. So, I think that that's going to be a win, and they are very excited about it. We're also looking for putting out contracts for layers of treatment-based placement for kids to meet the needs that we're being deluged with. the danger in that is that if we create a system that's only for foster kids, we're gonna see our foster kids number really escalate. So that's why I think it's so important that all of you are evaluating our entire infrastructure for mental health and healthcare, because in the long run, foster care is a really expensive way to get treatment that you need. I would say that, I think my relationship with Sean Milner, John Damon, Methodist Children's Village, we are like, they're coming to the table and saying, what do you need? So I'm pleased with the direction it's taken.
Senator Boyd.
You have, we've talked, there's been a tremendous amount of increase in your budget because of all the mental health issues that you've seen and a lot of the health care. Senator Parker brought up the potential for more TANF dollars to be spent and directed your way. Have you noticed within your budget where we're spending state dollars where there might be some opportunities to recoup some Medicaid dollars?
Yes, I just met with the new managed care organization awardees, along with Dr. Ebney and Drew and Wendy Bailey. I think the managed care system in Mississippi has room to improve significantly. And I intend to select one managed care organization that can deliver the best services for foster kids. It's a special population. It costs more than other kids, and it deserves special attention. Right now what I'm getting is denials. I had 5 denials of kids who were in stable treatment placements, excelling, doing well, who had failed in numerous treatment situations before. And, we get a summary denial. They're supposed to be helping case manage these situations. So I'm asking a lot of hard questions, and I might be a little too edgy for them, but I think our kids are worth it, and we're paying the money. So it needs to go into these kids.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the youth court, that's I want to follow up on Representative Lamar's comments. That's coming up this year because we have redistricting this year, so it's very appropriate for that. And rather than hold you to a 5-minute conversation here, I'd appreciate if you put in writing how you think it should be structured. I think the governor has a position on that as well. So I think that will come up in this year's legislation. So if you could put in writing your thoughts on how the youth court system should be structured, that'd be helpful.
And I would just add to that how those legal representatives or attorneys additionally you're looking for, how those would play in to a revised and uniform youth court system or not. Or does that alleviate some of that, or does that add to it and that sort of thing? Make that part of that, if you would.
Okay, absolutely.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? All right. I appreciate your willingness to be honest and frank with this committee. I also enjoyed the discussion where we talked about there might be available federal dollars to cover a particular class of individuals that we're not taking advantage of that other states do, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel to do something that would benefit Mississippians. So thank you for your testimony today.
One part I didn't answer to Senator Boyd is we spend about $20 million in unmatched state money on basically mental health care and healthcare, and that money needs to enjoy the FMAP. The state needs to multiply it with our Medicaid FMAP, and there are ways to do that. And Drew's been extremely supportive in figuring that out, but I do think we got to strike. It's time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute break before we start with corrections. I'll call us back to order as the committee's making its way back in. Commissioner, thank you for being with us. We are now on to corrections, which is near and dear to your heart, so we'll turn the mic and the platform over to you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so very much. We're going to share this microphone. They say it works better, so that's going to be cool. Thank you for having us today, and I'm proud to announce that we feel like our prisons are a lot safer than they were. It's a progressive thing, and so I want to...
Commissioner, if you would, get on that microphone.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. And I first want to give you a report on gangs. When we first came here in 2000, we were about 6,000. Today, we report 1,331, and we have them well under control with Walnut Grove and so forth. And we have some unique policies. If we don't have the extortion issues we had before with families being extorted as much or hardly at all, because the extortioner now has to go to Walnut Grove. So he don't want to be extorting people. But also, if we have violence, then the leader of the gang who caused the violence, he goes to Walnut Grove too, and sometimes he goes out of state. And so we've sent one female out of state. We only have one gone. She went to North Dakota, and we traded with them. So we do that with our gangs. The gang population is getting really insignificant, and we just have hired our new CID director, and he is from the Bureau of Narcotics. He was the head of that, and I don't have his name right here handy, so I can't tell you his name, but he came to work the first. You know who I'm talking about? You don't know him either? Okay, Stephen Maxwell, that's who he is, Mississippi Bureau of Narcotics. So we try to hire quality people that can really help us contribute, and obviously we have a narcotics problem, so he should be a good one to help us with that. Today in our prison, we have 17,787 plus another 1,357 in the jails for 1,832. We have vacant beds at the rate of about 1,218 vacant beds. And so without that, I'll go ahead and ask Derek Garner, who is our financial deputy commissioner, to talk about the finances and make the request there. One request we do have is we were asking for $34 for the regionals, and the reason is we're requiring them to do more preparation for reentry, so therefore more programs. And the conclusion is that we all know in this business is if we have morality and we have jobs, we have success. Without the job, we have a struggle to get the inmate not to recidivate. So therefore, we want to encourage and are encouraging our regionals to do more programs with hard skills, such as vocational skills, because that's where we get the jobs. And that's what we're focusing on now. We have completed 3 churches now, and we have 2 more under construction, so that's 5. We'll have 2 more after that for a total of 7 we plan to build, so that each one of our prisons has the church, non-denominational church, which is bringing the morality component that we so badly need in prison. Moral people don't steal your lawnmower. That's why morality is so big. So without further ado, if you have any questions, ask us, but I'm going to turn it over to Derek Garner.
Good morning, everyone. One of the key things I want to lead off today with is the ARPA funding that we received from you guys that had a major impact on our facilities to get us up to speed, to get us closer to where we need to be, where we was before we came into the operation. We appropriated $119 million. We were expending all of those funds. Right now, we're spending about $109 million. So all of those is on course to be finalized before the end of this. The deadline's on that. Also, the state also supported over the years $45 million straight from the Bureau of Buildings that we have put into the system. Those are key things that we have to keep focusing on our infrastructure of MDOC. So I want to lead off with that. The investing in our facilities is a real thing that we continue to have to do and continue to look at. Our request for this year is a large number. It's $501 million worth of budget. Of that budget request is a $38 million request from increase from fiscal year 2025 to fiscal year 2026. That it makes up 2 parts. One part is an operational budget, is what MDOC operates. The facilities we operate at MDOC, that increase amount is $17 million. The other portion of that is contractual contracts that we're obligated to do. That's our medical, regionals, privates, and the local confinement. That makes up the other $21 million. So one of the key contributors that we want to look at on our budget request open our operational is community corrections. That is a $4.4 million request. Of that is a $3 million request to realign our salaries for our law enforcement officer probation parole. Right now, we're starting them off at $36,000, which is one of the lowest competitive around here in our state right now. Even Alabama and the other ones starting theirs off at roughly $40,000 a year, and that's without a degree. A lot of our law enforcement has degrees in this field that we're operating in. And the other portion of that is $1.4 million to continue to help support using technology to help us in these streets as they chase people that's on probation and paroles. So technology is a key thing that we also have to use moving forward to help making sure we have all the resources on hand to do a better job or tracking it and doing things with our probation people on parole. The second one is CMCF budget request. It's one of our two other key. It's a $5 million request. One of the key requests of that is one of our most unique prisons we have. It has decreased in fiscal year 2024-23. That budget was $36 million. We expended $41 million that we had to allocate from other programs within our facility to make that operation work. That is one of it has our youth, it has our women, it has our major intake, it has one of our major medical also. So those requests is key to the operation of a Central Mississippi facility to get back to the optimal budgeting so we can continue to be custody and care control of our inmates at that facility. And the rest of it, of our budget request and operation, it comes down to one thing: retention of our staff, training of our staff. As we all know, correction is one of the hardest fields to recruit in. And we have to think outside the box in things of trying to retain, recruit in this field. Without people to oversee inmates, the facility will continue to crumble. We have to look forward. We have to move forward in those fields to hire expertise, hire qualified people to help us in this field of corrections. One of the other key requests, like I said, is our contractual. Our contractual is always uncontrolled costs in some instances and controlled costs in others. The local confinement is some things we can control about moving our inmates in and out as bed comes available. That cost we have flatlined over the last couple of years. We could make steady. We have made great pride in our intake process to moving those inmates out. The other one is regional. Like you mentioned earlier, that request is going from $32.71 per inmate to $34. We're asking more. Like I said, our safer inmates are in our regionals, so we need more programming and things in our regionals to make sure that we can get those inmates back into the work field. Because they're the safest ones. They're not in our facility, but they're out in the regional. We got to start doing the same program we have in our facility. We want to start offering in the regional facility also. And the other one is the medical, the major one, as we all know, that has finally come to the fruition of the RFP process that has dictated this cost of this fiscal year and next fiscal year. Next fiscal year is going to be a $13 million increase in the medical for a $123 million budget in the medical budget. That process always dictated by throughout the process of the RFP process, the low and the best bid. Those prices came in at a 5-year bid process. And that process dictated the budget you would see for the next 5 years within that medical budget. The next one is private, which is a small increase because we got a better hold on dictating the prices of the privates. It's going to be $53.32 for Wilkerson. Still at the East Mississippi contract, it was at $60. That's a slight increase this year of $992,000 in the private industry. And one of the other key things that we're asking, as we mentioned earlier, we're asking for more state support. We got a dying fleet. That's one of the hardest things over during COVID and everything else to try to with supply and demand. The fleet was buying fleets was a tough thing. We're still buying. We're going to spend over $1 million this year for our fleet. Probation, parole officers, investigators, even in our facility, we have to have fleets to move around in those areas. And the other is critical needs infrastructure. Like we got to keep focusing on those things as best as we can. Like I said, we partner with Bureau of Building. We ask a request through them, get roughly $25 million to fix things. And then we also have to look at ourselves of what things that we need to continue operation with inmate labor, things that their specialties are helping us keep the facilities going. So those are one of the key things. Another thing that's that we're forecasting is a fender track. It's coming to an end of life. Got one more year on that. It's not end of life as the facility of the operation. It's the end of life as the manufacturer itself. They're going to a cloud base, so they're not wanting anymore come in and do the actual work on the actual system itself. So everything is moving to a cloud base this day and age. And that's one of the things. So the fender track is not a dead system. It's still amazing operating system, but it's coming to a useful life, end of life on the manufacturing, supporting the actual software of it. And the final thing we got is a deficit request for this year also for the medical. Like I said, that contract, RP concluded in July. We're expecting that contract to be signed in October the 4th. At that point, when that contract is signed, that will create a deficit request. So we budgeted at 109. That contract itself came in for this fiscal year itself, that which is going to start October the 6th, came in at 84 million. So the total of the, like I said, the total contract cost, not the budgeted cost, was budgeted at 105, but it's going to come in at 112 million. So that was creating that deficit request. That's all I have as a quick synopsis of the budget request that we have for this fiscal year and a deficit appropriation request.
Chairman Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, what precipitated this pretty high increase in the health insurance cost, and what all is included in the coverage? What all does that take care of for the inmates?
It take care of the actual price itself ourselves. So mental health will become a key part of that. That includes the general health care of the inmate. Is also covers that price also covers the off-site costs. Usually that used to be a one set-off cost that MDOC would play the off-site care. We control that cost. Now all that's in one inclusive. So it includes all the health benefits of that inmate.
Okay, I'm gonna come back to that. But what caused it to jump up so much? Was this the only company that bid, or was there other companies?
We had 3 companies that bid it, so the market itself said it.
Okay.
So we had 3 companies that bid it. In Mississippi, we usually go with the lowest cost of the one, and that was the lowest cost. That factor is from a few other things that came out.
And then again, back to what it covers. If you have to take an inmate, if you had to bring an inmate down here to UMMC or to Baptist or just using local hospitals, does that company take care of all that cost, or is there a cap or a limit on what they cover, and then you have to pick it up in your budget, or we have to pick it up in some way?
Currently, in this budget, it is roughly estimated at 25 million off-site coverage. Usually, it's around 12 million. So technically, if it goes over the 25 million, from my understanding, I haven't details of the contract because it haven't been signed. They haven't been privy to those. From my understanding, it's 25-75. 25, we cover the cost 75. So I won't. Okay. I don't want to misspeak, but
sure. Would you get us a copy? I'd like to see what the arrangement is for that.
As soon as it's signed out, as soon as that contract is signed, I will distribute it to you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, I found this on the.
Further questions? Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned a $34 amount for the regionals, and we had an increase last year, I think, and there was some concern about not all of them got the same increase. Some of them got like 31, some 72, at 32, 72. There were differences. Why were there differences in the payment?
So over history, those prices are always start step. Don't know why, but I can tell you what we did with the appropriation this fiscal year. When the appropriation came out this fiscal year, we set a baseline. So 3271 was never funded. Let's start with the base of how the 3271 was never funded, the total amount funded for the 3271 to be distributed to all regionals. So the funding we got this past fiscal year, we capped the ones at 3271. I think was some got like 11 cents and the rest of them got like $1.12 to bring them up to 3112. So we're trying to create that baseline where now we're here that the next movements of appropriation moves everybody to 3271.
Now, you requested $34, and when we asked Elbow to look at this, some of the costs per inmate range from $30 to $38. So why are you asking for $34?
we asking for the 34 because we feel like that we want to pay them all the same thing. And get their costs should be the same, basically. The reason those costs were different, according to what my understanding is when I came on board, was they paid off their bonded indebtedness and they reduced the amount that they paid them to cover that. But that was a flaw, because when your prison's old and you paid off the bonded indebtedness, it still then has to have repair and maintenance and so forth. So they should have paid them all the same, I think, but they were doing that to save money and cut costs. And so that's what we're trying to overcome, is get everybody to the same price. I don't understand or know about the ones that's $38, but I would say that they probably have more programs or they're doing something different than average. So we're trying to average out at 34 and go there because that's what they seem to want. We work with the Sheriff's Association really close and talk to them because they are our customer. We don't want the inmates back. So we do deal with them and their association. I can't tell you why though some's 38 and some's less. We're just trying to get them all at the same place.
Well, if we do that, some of them are going to come up short, and we're going to have a problem because they're not breaking even, or some of them are going to have excess. So just a flat number doesn't seem to make any sense. And you're right; some of them did pay off their debt, some of them have not paid off their debt. I don't know how you conclude that, but just a flat 34 may leave some short and some over, or still not meet the needs. And so I would ask you to go back and look at the number, so that you make sure, because I've talked to the sheriffs too, as you have, and I've also talked to the regionals, and they wanted to get up to where it was level at the 32 number, but when we looked at the cost, that it did not match. The cost did not match together. And one other thing real quick, you've asked for increases in salary across here. We had increased salary before, and we understand it's a difficult position to recruit for. Is this the recommendation of the State Personnel Board?
We have worked with the State Personnel Board on this matter.
Okay, so they have recommended the amounts that you're asking for.
No, sir. I think theirs might be a little bit lower than ours.
That's the one you should be using. So we as a rule, we try to rely on the State Personnel Board. Otherwise, we may give you some, and Medicare's next, so we may not give them any. So the State Personnel Board is kind of the arbitrator for us, and I'd like to know what they recommend for you, because they do all the studies about what the other states are doing, and instead of just having wild guesses around, you may be low. I can't tell you that, but I would ask for that you give us what the State Personnel Board requests for salary compensation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noticed that you had $1 million for heating and air conditioning replacement, $1 million in it. Does that include Unit 29 having air conditioner, or have you already done that?
No, it doesn't include 29, and we have several places it's not air conditioned. We didn't focus so much. We do focus on air conditioning, but we focused more on what the Justice Department requires, because we try to use any extra revenue and so forth to be in compliance with them, because that, they're here at the door. So that's what we're doing, but they don't legislate heat or cooling. So they're more concerned about the facility itself. So we're focusing on doors, locks, and so forth, so that we're in compliance and we have safe prisons, but not so much air conditioning, other than we do need it and we do want it, but we did not ask a lot for it. We got the ARPA funds.
Yeah,
we have that for air conditioning.
You asked for $1 million for HVAC replacement in here.
I think that's going to be for Marshall County, because that's the system that they already have that's depleted and going out, so we didn't want to lose ground. So that's at Marshall.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Lafayette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kind of piggybacking on what the Lieutenant Governor was asking here about the $34. Can you explain right now how we're paid? My understanding, there's 3 different levels. We have our contract price, then our vacancy level, and then we also have a total capacity. When you're asking for 34, first off, explain to me how it's being paid now, and then when you're asking for 34, explain where you want the 34 allocated.
Right now, you have the contracted rate. The most I have is at $32.70. Most of them right now is $31.12 at the contracted rate. So the other rate is additional rate is like $23. I want to say $23.50. It's your additional rate over the contract rate. So we need more beds if that amount, we got 10 more inmates to meet the percent of your facility, that you'll get paid that additional rate. So the current request is every inmate treated the same. So no matter what, if your capacity, if you have 250 in there, you will get paid $34 for 250.
So the $34 would be for your total capacity, where we would get rid of the vacancy number.
The total amount of inmates you house, you can only get paid for what you house. So we got an estimate on how much, historically, how many inmates been in your facility. So they're still going to be at that contracted rate. I mean, at the housed rate.
Just, I might add this on that issue. The reason folks around this table have struggled with this issue is I understand y'all are on the admin side or the executive side of carrying out what we do or don't do in the legislature, whether it's on policy or on appropriations. But where we're not like all on the same page is when somebody in y'all's world tells us everybody's going to get $31.12 or $32.70 or $31.40 or now $34. What the policymakers or the politicians here is their sheriff's going to get $32.71 or he's going to get $34, whatever it is you say. And now here for about 2 or 3 years in a row, we've set a number, we've done a budget, and then they didn't get that number. And when we started asking questions, it's like, it's everybody's pointing and doing and all this other stuff. So what I'm saying is we're to a place now where that's over. Like, I understand you may have to make your budgets work and it is not pretty on your side of it. I get that. But sheriffs are wearing the legislature out because they're housing an inmate in their facility for a price, and their sheriff buddy up the road is housing an inmate in their facility at a higher price. And that dog's not going to hunt anymore. We got to get to a place so where if you're saying this figure is $34 for the inmates we contract with our regionals, then it better be 34. I'm letting you know, because maybe the answer isn't 34, but if we say it is, it better be. I don't know how to, maybe y'all hadn't, I know the people around this table have heard it because we've talked about it. And I know it's much more complicated. I don't want to sit in your seat for all the money in the world. I'm just saying we got to be careful. Exactly what we say has got to be exactly what we do, because it looks like we're hiding the ball a little bit. And we got to do better on our side of it. I don't want to tell the Sheriff's Association, hey, this is what you're getting. The man told me. I heard it come out of his mouth. And then him not get that or she not get that. So that's where we are. It looks like the commissioner wants to chime in, but I know that's oversimplifying it, but that's kind of where I am today.
That's where we are. That's where we are as well, because we want to tell them the figure. We want it to be that. We hope it'll be $34. We hope we can settle it once and for all and then get there. But it was all over the board. You're right. Everybody was getting something different. So we were trying to get them all to the same place. But it was so far different. Some were at 27 and some were way up several dollars more. So to try to get there is what we've been trying to do. And then we get our budget, we divide it all out and see what we have, and then we go from there is what we have. So sometimes we're not communicating well with you all, so that it's probably our fault that we're not getting across the right numbers we need. And that's why this year we're trying to say $34. Everybody gets the $34 for what we contract for. There's some beds we don't contract for, that's less. But we're talking about the contract bed. So if we get this amount, we'll solve the problem. Everybody gets 34. Let's just go to the house and hush. But that's what we're getting banged on too. So that's where we are.
Gentleman from Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was Commissioner. We've had discussion as relates to the regional correction facilities. Let me ask you this. What is the average cost for an inmate that's housed at one of our state facilities?
$59, and the average cost for our inmate in Mississippi is $59.24 per day.
Okay. And I know for Holmes County, I think that where the problem lies for us. Some of the same things y'all go through with y'all COs as far as pay, finding qualified people. Holmes County, I think, paying like $13 an hour for COs who have been employed there for 15, 20 years. So I'm kind of like the Lieutenant Governor. I think the 34 is still a little low. I think that number is close to the 39, 38. And my question is, have we done some type of survey or study to look at the nuts and bolts of how much they're paying for food, how much they're paying for correction officers, administration, and come up with a number that is a fair number that can be our North Star, so to speak, that we can try to move to in the future?
I agree with you. I think we should be working with PEER to come up with what the exact number is and what it should cost them to operate, and come back to you with that number, and then maybe you'll give us that amount, and then we can just solve that problem. So I agree with you. I mean, we just need to check it out and see what we can afford to pay, because we do want them to do more programs. We do want them to have more skills, and we do want to work with them closely because they are part of us. And they have our very best inmates who aren't sick, inmates who can go to work. And so,
Commissioner, that was my next question. Elaborate on that just a little bit. Like, I hear that it cost us $50 some odd to house them in our facility, and my local sheriff's holding them for $32.71. You know, when we used to do old math, you'd say, well, let's try to get everyone we can in at $32. There's a difference in those inmates, certainly. Why does it cost us so much more? Maybe I'll just throw that out there just for clarification.
Could we keep all the sick and the ones that's problematic and the one that's violent and the one that causing issues and so forth? We were just at Holmes County, and it's good. They do a really great job there because they called us. They were having a problem, and so we picked up 4 inmates that were gangsters that were giving them the blues. They went to Walnut Grove. We worked closely with their warden, and so we take the bad ones out so they don't have the problems, because they don't have quite the security we have, nor do they have the mental health that we have. But we have to move more mental health to regionals, because that's one thing in the new contract with medical, because I believe strongly in mental health. Most people in prison do have that issue. Maybe we all do. But anyway, that's where we're working hard to get more mental health into the regionals. Regionals are critical to us, so you're right. But we work closely with them.
Thank you. Further questions?
Question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Boyd.
Commissioner, can you tell us what the status of the lawsuits that have been brought against the department, and then what remediation steps y'all are taking in response to the February DOJ report on the 3 facilities?
Would you repeat that first part?
Yeah, can you tell us the status of the lawsuits that have been brought against the department, and then can you tell us what remediation steps y'all are taking in response to the DOJ report on the 3 prisons that was issued in February?
Yes, what we're doing is we know the issues they had. And so therefore, that's where we're throwing our money to those locks and doors and so forth to get those compliant. Our goal is that we don't have to deal with, that we be compliant and we rule in court that we are, so we don't get caught up in the deal that happened in Alabama where it cost you a fortune. I lived through that in Louisiana too. I had one of my prisons was in a consent decree, and it cost all kind of money. So anyway, if we can get our prisons compliant, and that's one thing we're doing at SMCI. The wall of the prison was 10, and the 10 is rusting away. And so right now, some of the money you gave us is going to wall up the bottom part with cinder block or concrete blocks, and then put insulation inside so that that building is compliant. Right now, it would not pass muster. And so those things we're having to repair and fix, because for years, they didn't do a lot of maintenance on the facilities. And that's what we ran into at Parchment. I would really invite you all to come tour that prison or tour any of our prisons, because you'll see massive change in the kitchens, but also in the restrooms and so forth. And all the problems you had that were there that caused the problem with the inmates, violence and so forth are gone. Those prisons now are very safe and they're repaired. 29 is fixed. It's in good shape. It has new bathrooms. and so forth. So that's where the money's going for us to be compliant.
How long do you think it will take y'all to get into compliance with that DOJ report?
It's like we're moving together. And so we see where they are and we're trying to stay ahead of them. So we're staying right with them. Now they're speeding up the process now and going faster. But we're working really hard because you have ARPA money that's going to doors and locks in both East Mississippi, which is not in the consent decree, but where Walnut Grove is there too. But they'll drag them in if we're not careful because they want to keep on moving forward and we just need to be compliant. And that's where we are, doors, locks, and we have locks that actually don't work. And so that's caused us to have to operate cell doors open, put different type inmates there. So we suffer a bit for cell space, but that's where Walnut Grove rescues us because it's all cells. It has a little over 400 inmates in Walnut Grove with a capacity of 700 cells. So that's our cushion right there if we have to have it. And so that's some of those vacant beds I mentioned.
Commissioner, locks and doors were part of that report. What other things, and if you're saying speed up, what are the new things that they're bringing up? Like, where are we? I mean, to the senator's point, like, we don't want to end up where you're talking about. So is the game changing? Or besides locks and doors, what are the other things and what are we doing?
We're working really fast to stay ahead of them and correct our prisons. The other thing is the ACA accreditation. And so we're now accredited by ACA, so that's good. And we're working hard to renew it at CMCF. We're having problems there, but we got that worked out. We had generator problems. That's one thing that nobody ever addressed. But if the power goes off, the generator don't come on, then you're in violation. So now we had to get the generators working. So we have a contract with a generator company to get all our generators working, except the one that doesn't work right now is at Delta. But it's got to come on. We got to have it fixed. Those things can cost you $30,000, $40,000 to repair them. We try to get generators from the Fed. We can get them there, and we've done that before. So anyway, then we don't have to buy a new one. We have a generator school, we can work on them. So it's just saving money everywhere you can, but staying right with them. So the whole thing is go in the house and look at it. It's got to have good kitchens, it's got to have good equipment, it's got to have good restrooms, it's got to have water fountains, it's got to have ice machines, it's got to have all these things that we continually have to replace, but at the same time, clean it up, paint it up. Lots of paint everywhere. You'd be surprised at the amount of paint we buy that we have to keep it painted. Paint murals on the wall so inmates don't put their feet on them and so forth, mess up the paint. And so we're just right with them, but it's like your house. It's hard to say exactly what's wrong in each place, but that's what we do. We have to keep it fixed. We do not contract maintenance anymore. We have inmates that do the maintenance work because they save us money. We try to stay away from contracts, lose money. It costs way much more than it should.
Yes, sir. Gentleman from Lafayette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that note, I know that this past session you came to us and the locks was a major issue. I know Senator Hobson and I agreed that that was somewhere that we needed to spend some money. Can you give us an update on where we are with getting those locks replaced?
Those funds has been transferred to Bureau of Building, and those projects has been initiated to move forward.
Any further questions of the commissioner? Thank you for being here.
Thanks so much for having us, and thank you for your support.
Hard.
Yeah. We're running the damn quiz.
Everybody's got the handout. It may have already been in your binder, and he's handed out some extra copies as well. So with that, Director, we will recognize you. Thank you for being with us. We can tell you're anxious to get started. So floor is yours. Thank you.
Speaker White, Lieutenant Governor Hoseman, members of the committee, it is good to be back here today. And I want to thank each of you and the legislature as a whole for your ongoing support of the Mississippi Division of Medicaid. Over the last several years, the Division of Medicaid's stewardship of the program has been distinguished by the recognition that merely enrolling people in the program is insufficient. Instead, we've tried to provide access to high-quality care to Medicaid beneficiaries to maintain and improve health, achieve their best quality of life, and attain their fullest potential. It's also been critically important to us to be mindful of the general interest of taxpayers, even the ones who may not notice. We must remain fiscally prudent to ensure that the Medicaid spending doesn't crowd out resources to other core functions of government, lead to higher taxes for everyday Mississippians, or jeopardize Medicaid for the future. And I think we've been successful here. In your book, turn to slide 2. And according to the Schedule 1A of the Legislative Budget Bulletin, Mississippi's total current state support appropriation in fiscal year 2016 was $6.398 billion. The Division of Medicaid's portion of that 2016 appropriation was $1.017 billion. So at that time, the Division of Medicaid was consuming almost 16% of the total state support appropriation. So fast forward to the end of fiscal year 2024, Mississippi's current state support appropriation for 2024 was $9.888 billion. And the Division of Medicaid's portion of that 2024 state support appropriation was $909 million, or just 9.2%. If the Division of Medicaid had remained at 16% of state support, the Medicaid state support appropriation would have ballooned to $1.572 billion in FY 2024. That is over $660 million than the actual appropriation in FY 24. If the Division of Medicaid was consuming 16% of the total state support appropriation in fiscal year of 2025, its state support appropriation would have been $1.251 billion, or $340 million above FY 16. As slide 5 will show you, over that 10-year period, the state has avoided an additional $2.5 billion in state expenses on Medicaid. And while good stewardship played a large role, another driver of that cost avoidance was the 3-year window where state Medicaid agencies got a 6.2% bump in the federal match in exchange for not disenrolling beneficiaries. Mississippi Medicaid is in the best fiscal shape in its history. And if you were elected or were in government prior to 2019, you remember that this was not always the case. There was a yearly struggle with the Medicaid state support deficit appropriation. But since the end of the public health emergency was announced in late 2022, we've been bracing for a dramatic increase in state spending. And there is catch-up coming. Anytime the non-federal portion of total Medicaid medical expenses jumps 42% in 2 years, you're going to see state spending rise. But it's not as dramatic as we originally thought, at least for now. So for fiscal year 2026, the Division of Medicaid's initial state support request is $1.070 billion. That is more than our request from last year and our appropriated amount in 25. It is also dramatically lower than projections we had made several months ago when we were starting conversations around 2026. Just back in March, we were still expecting a potential deficit in fiscal year 2025. Now we're looking at a positive cash balance at the end of fiscal year 2025. And for 2026, we're requesting just $53 million more than an actual appropriation from 10 years ago, which is about half a percentage point growth, 0.5% growth year over year. Look, while we like to have been more precise in some of our out-year forecasting, we're also incredibly relieved that those earlier forecasts were high. But here's the reality. The legislature in the state is going to have to spend more on the Medicaid program in the future. And the declining rate for federal matching funds between 2023 and 2025, that non-federal share burden for FMAP went up 42%. And then the second reason is that the special fund surplus we've been spending now and eventually is going to run out. We used around $180 million of our cash balance in 24. We're looking at using another $270 to $280 million this year, and then we think we'll use the remaining $229 million in FY26. And even with good stewardship, healthcare gets more expensive over time, and the notion that Medicaid could continue to operate around $910 million in state support per year is just not feasible. The Medicare Part D, our expenses on Medicare Part D, which is 100% state funded, we send to the federal government. It's doubled since 2021, from $40 million to $80 million, and there are other things that we need to spend additional money on. I think our request includes $14 million for additional funding to pay direct care workers that serve our home and community-based waivers. So the big discussion that lawmakers will have to have over the next few years is what's the appropriate amount to spend on Medicaid? Because unlike these 100% state-funded programs, joint federal-state programs require federal permission to reform. And the primary funder of Medicaid, the federal government, has continued to assert more control over funding conditions as time has passed. Just a few quick operational updates. Eligibility unwinding or the requalification has concluded. Our Medicaid CHIP enrollment is now about 10,000 below the pre-pandemic level, although it did increase last month, and we expect it to go up a little bit more this month as well. The single PBA, Pharmacy Benefit Administrator, we have implemented a single pharmacy benefit administrator for managed care. We did that as of July 1 of 2024. That rollout has been very positively received by providers and patients, and this was an initiative that several legislators had been high on, and we think it's certainly going to simplify and improve the user experience. And as we get more data, I think we'll have better answers on the cost impact. The Medicaid managed care procurement. In August 2022, the division sent out notices of intent to award to 3 contractors, TrueCare, Magnolia Health, and Molina. Those potential awards were stalled by protests and various legal maneuvers, but we have cleared several key hurdles this summer. I executed 3 contracts last month, and the division has set an ambitious July 1, 2025 implementation date for go live of the new contracts. The 2 unsuccessful competitors are still challenging the procurement in court. Presumptive eligibility for pregnant women is still awaiting approval from CMS. If you recall, the House and Senate passed presumptive eligibility for pregnant women to allow likely eligible pregnant women short-term coverage while Medicaid eligibility workers completed a full application and the federally required eligibility verification for full benefits. The legislature wisely included provisions that said that applicants provide proof of family income and pregnancy. But CMS does not like proof of income or proof of pregnancy. To the current federal administration, a person's word should be sufficient to get the temporary pregnancy coverage. We are working on this with CMS, but in the meantime, we've gotten participation agreements from 8 healthcare providers, and I think 55 of the Department of Health clinics are expected to participate. I'm also advised that we're training some FQHCs today on the presumptive eligibility process, and I'm hopeful that we can have, we'll be able to come to a resolution that is faithful to the state law and satisfies federal expectations. So that's our overview for now, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions of the committee?
Drew, with Medicaid spending in general, where are we on the managed care directed payments as a portion of our total Medicaid budget? Is that still around 50%? Are we like?
I think it's a little lower, and the total MHAP was 1.5 billion, and then you add the fee-for-service, UPL, some of the other supplemental payments, DISH. You're starting to get close to 2. So it's more like a quarter of overall spending would be through those vehicles. And I think that's a good. Glad you brought it up, because directed payments have been a pretty good way to finance healthcare without placing additional burden on the general fund or those other state support sources. Obviously, there's some federal regulations cap how much we can do there, but that has been a really useful vehicle.
Senator Boyd.
The commissioner brought up this morning under CPS, and there's been some issues that we found out through our Youth Mental Health Task Force. If you could look at for the future, somehow the benefits that we're paying for people who are on CHIP versus those that are on Medicaid for mental health services for kids are slightly different and are causing problems because it's not enabling those people on CHIP to get appropriate providers. So could you look into that to see what the differences are on the CHIP versus Medicaid? Because that situation I think has come up a couple of times with CPS and with others. So if you'll do that. And help me understand this logic on the federal government of not approving the presumptive eligibility, because they're going to have to at some point show proof of, they're going to have to show the income issues. So why is this a problem? I don't understand.
It seems to be how they're interpreting the term preliminary information, and they're relying, I think, maybe on a interpretation that got pushed out the last week of the Clinton administration 20-something years ago. But but we have encountered from CM and particularly after the ACA, CMS does not, they don't like a lot of, they want to limit what they would consider to be hurdles. But the reality is when you take interpretations that make it harder for states to move forward on these types of things, it makes it harder for states to be willing to move forward, particularly states like Mississippi, that where program integrity safeguards we may place a higher priority on that. So.
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant Governor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed in here, Drew, that you had $100 million in 2024, $280 million in 25, $229 million in 26. So should we anticipate this is 26 years, of course, we're about budgeting for now, but should we anticipate in 27 a similar 300 million or so? This money will have run out. So what do you anticipate going forward more than just 1 year? What are we looking at cost-wise to keep up our Medicaid?
It's definitely going to go up. I think our finance team and Elbow maybe been trading some. Have been sending some numbers around about potential out year projections. I also know that after last year, we need to be careful about making too many big predictions too long down the road because things change so much. I mean, that we could end 2025 stronger than anticipated, and that has and that's what happened. One thing that happened this year was our 2024 numbers were a lot better. We didn't use as much surplus as we anticipated, and that led to a better condition in 2025 than we anticipated, and a lower request than we thought we were going to have to make in 2026. So, but yeah, I think the numbers are going up, and the question is, it's not going to be 9%. We know it's not going to continue to be 9%. And you probably don't want it to be anywhere near 16%. So, there are increases when you don't have the surplus to rely on.
So that, historically, it's looking like you're averaging about $200 million, $250 million increases per year that you've absorbed.
Well, we've been able to. We're at 911, so we're over 100 million below where we were on state support in 2016, and so yeah, I think I don't know if that's answering your question, but I think we've really only had right now is the second year where we've actually spent down surplus. We had a surplus that built up, started building up prior to the pandemic, really accelerated during the pandemic, and then once the pandemic ended, we've started using some of that, spending down some of that surplus.
I would ask you to work with Elbow and get us some kind of view at your best guess estimate. You've been at it a while, so your best guess estimate where we are when we sit here next year. Then I have one other thing Speaker and I were talking about here. I noticed your rebate on your last sheet there. There was no pharmacy drug rebate.
Oh, that's built into the that amount typically, and I think we would have probably some exact numbers on projections in the budget book itself. But what we've done there, and the reason there's not a number is because we're just taking that amount out of the non-federal share number. So if we had put it really is it's decreasing the amount of federal money that we have to spend.
Those rebates are a big discussion right now between big pharma, independent pharmacists have raised a lot of questions about those. And I was wondering, are you able to determine whether we're getting pharmacy rebates, and if so, the amount?
Yeah, we are, and we get, there's some, I think we've gotten, it can be a benefit of 70 to 80 million a year. When the FMAP goes up, or when the federal match goes down, it actually helps the state a little bit because you get to keep more of them. And then there are two types of rebates for Medicaid. You have the federal rebate program that if you're going to if you're a pharmaceutical manufacturer that's providing a covered outpatient drug, you've got to participate in that. But there are also these supplemental rebates, and that adds and that allows for some additional cost savings. So yeah, it's a double-edged sword. Financially, it's pretty good to states, but from a beneficiary standpoint, if you get used, because sometimes the generics aren't as good of a value as the brands, and that's good for taxpayers. But if Medicaid's a safety net, it's not. A lot of these beneficiaries are not on the rolls indefinitely, and when you go into another setting, that brand may not be affordable to that patient. So those are the kinds of things that we have to think about when our experts get together and decide what's on the preferred drug list and what's not, and that kind of interplay between individual affordability and value to the taxpayer.
When you signed the single pharmacy contract this week, did it provide for you to be informed of how much the rebates were for the drugs you buy?
They process, the fiscal agent processes the rebates. So we have full transparency into, how much the rebates are. There is state law that, prohibits, that or keeps confidential the amount of the rebates for an individual drug. So if, we're not in a position to answer questions specifically about a manufacturer that has a product if you've got one type of prescription drug, but that overall data, what kind of savings it provides, it's definitely alleviates the cost, the overall cost of prescription drugs.
So do you have an idea how much that would be a year?
Probably. I need to go back. I need to go back and verify this. My understanding, if we're saving, if it's helping us save 70 to 80 million in state dollars, you would divide that 250 to 300 total, and probably.
And is that interrelated with the 340B numbers?
No, that's a separate issue entirely.
Okay. I don't want to press you on those numbers right now, and everybody's getting hungry here, but I do appreciate all your hard work, but I'd like to look at the rebates. I think there's a good bit of discussion about that among independent pharmacists and clarity and who gets it and who doesn't and how much it is. So I'd like for you to give Chairman and I some information on our rebates and how clear what we're getting and how clear they are that we're actually receiving them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hickman.
Yeah, just, I don't know if I'm on, I haven't been here. Just a couple of questions. And I'll ask both of them at the same time to spare us because we're ready for lunch. One, I see your slide on enrollment, and I don't know if I zoned out, but I don't know if I heard you talk about it. But enrollment is down to, I guess, the lowest it's been since 2017. What do you attribute the decrease in enrollment? I think it's down nearly 200K. And then finally, my next question is, as I'm sure you're aware, there was a lot of talk and a lot of movement on Medicaid expansion in general around the Capitol and during the last session, and I'm hopeful and sure that it'll come up again this year. How many federal dollars are returning down, just say in this upcoming fiscal year, by not expanding Medicaid?
So, the question on enrollment went up about 200,000 because of the public health emergency, the continuous enrollment condition. So, I think, the large part of that was just a reset to, where we were before. And I would say the other piece to that is most of our program is children. And if you looked before the pandemic, if you looked at the number of births in the state for the previous 19 years, it was higher than it is today. So it seems to me it follows if you have a smaller population of children, you may have fewer children on Medicaid. Now these are not huge numbers, but it may be part of the explanation for why there's there's a slight decrease from what we saw pre-pandemic. Look, the question on Medicaid expansion it depends on what's being proposed, and I think my understanding is there were a lot of different versions of Medicaid expansion that were discussed last session. So I think that to answer what the federal share would depend a lot on how many people are enrolling and other design choices that were that come with Medicaid expansion.
And I guess one follow-up question. I'm trying to understand this graph.
So I'm guessing the 2024 number is a number that is only giving, it's not giving a full year, but the rest of the numbers are, because it seems like this chart goes from June 2017, like June is our marker point. It goes from June to June, and it seems like this 2024 actually goes from, I guess, June of 2023 to August.
So what I wanted to give you was the most. I wanted to give you the most recent enrollment number on the slide. So rather than using the, if we used, what would that be? If we used June of 2024, the number would have been it would have been a little higher.
Okay, because in your statement you said it put us back to where we were. But the 2024 number is still lower than we were even in 2017.
No, I think I said that we are below where we were prior to the pandemic. The enrollment numbers.
Okay, I think you started by saying this lowering puts us back to where we were pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
It's fine, thank you.
Drew, looking at the total general fund increase per y'all's request, a little over 18%, I think. It's $159 million bucks, and $92 million of that is enrollment, utilization, and cost trend. I'm assuming at least that part is attributed to us losing that favorable exchange rate and going from what exactly was our enhanced match through this pandemic period, like that's going away? What was that figure? Was it 80? What was the?
It varied over the years, but it was going to be between 83 and 84%.
The average would be somewhere 83, 84. And when we reset, that figure's.
That's right.
It's going to be what? Just.
Now it's around 20. It's around 23%. It's in that 23% range.
So 77.
Yes,
like
77.
It's going to back out to.
77.
77. But the other increases, would you still attribute it to the overall loss of that enhanced match versus the others? Like all the program and rate changes, 26 million, one-time payment adjustments, 22 million, home community-based services, almost 18 million annual increase. Those are pretty large increases, but are those attributable to that rate? Or are they attributable to rising cost, other things? I know that's incredibly complicated.
The HCBS would definitely be, the HCBS is a new expense, but it's also attributed to rising costs because for direct care work, like we can't spend the same amount on direct care workers than we've spent in the past. So yeah, some of that is just pure healthcare. It's related to healthcare inflation and just some of the natural progression of that costs go up. We've been able to bend the cost curve a little bit here, but not. We haven't been able to freeze it for at the same that it's always been. So,
if under no way for you to predict what, if anything, might happen in the expansion argument that still is with us, but under any scenario where we did cover individuals up to 138%, where we were able, to. It looked more like a traditional expansion population coverage, if you will. At least for the time being, the feds are still offering the enhanced match for your entire program. Is that correct? At least for 2 years? Isn't there some point at which that goes away even, or have they just talked about that?
Yeah, I think there have probably been conversations about it going away, but my understanding is that there's still the 90% FMAP for the adult expansion group with the 8 calendar quarter benefit to the regular FMAP of, I think it was 5%.
5% would be the enhanced for our entire population. Right. And on the large population that we have, and the large amount of money we spend, I've heard estimates around $340 million a year for those 2 years. Is that a fair estimate? Is that high or low?
Well, Jennifer mentioned the other, our CFO.
And in other words, let me ask this too. That's actually like, I think about that in simple terms and act like that's money in the bank. Actually,
that's just money we don't have to pay that they cover for us in that population in the form of this enhanced reimbursement, if you will, or this enhanced match from them. In other words, it's real money, but it's less we would have to pay and more they would cover. But would it amount to about that amount? 340?
I think what we were seeing during COVID was about 80 million a quarter in benefit at 6.2%. So if you take 5%, it's going to be a little lower. And then you also have, you have that cost of the expansion
I understand.
population. So yeah, the net, I'm not sure, but yeah, if take a little bit off of what we were seeing with the 6.2, and that may get you to the 5% number.
I got you. I had a different train of thought on a different question, and now I've lost it. May come back to me. Anybody else got a question? Mr. Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one follow-up question. I want to go back to Senator Hickman. Whether the legislature decide to do the traditional expansion, 132% of the poverty level, or some hybrid or whatever, you would agree that north of $750 million that would be additional funding that we're not getting.
The federal share of Medicaid
Correct.
expansion, I think, would in a conventional expansion would it would be 700, at least 750. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Drew, I thought about it. I had a weak moment there, and it came back to me. With the enhanced reimbursement that y'all were able to do last year for our hospitals and providers, that they greatly applauded, and certainly I appreciate that. I know they do, and Mississippians do. But kind of on the heels of that, we started hearing maybe some talk of there will need to be some providers were talking about there probably should be a way we look at the distribution of those funds and the tax that goes with it. Like maybe might require legislative changes and statute changes to as far as how that money comes back to the providers. Have you been involved in any conversations? Is that something we're going to see in the form of, or does Medicaid even have an opinion on any of that? And if so, we would appreciate your expertise there and thoughts on it. If not, I'm not trying to drag you into political argument if that's what it is, but you're familiar with what I'm speaking of. And
the tax and 4313-145 sets out the formula there. Currently they use you use non-Medicare inpatient bed days. Well, now a lot of the directed payments relate to outpatient services, and I do think there's a feeling out there that there's some unfairness around putting so much in this non-Medicare inpatient bed days, and there've been there've been conversations, I think, among providers in the past, in the last session, around that I don't think got very far about net patient revenue models or models like that. But I certainly do think that that's not a conversation that's going to go away, and particularly for some of because with MHAP, there were about 97% of hospitals were winners, but some were not, and I think some of the taxing model, obviously is of large importance to those too. But there's an interesting interplay, because when you start to include, if you're looking at outpatient hospital services, then you start to get into some of your smaller facilities that don't that rely a lot on outpatient. They start to see they may start to see some swing. So yeah, it's a political it's a political hot potato, but it's also, I think it's important that we have good design on our tax in a way that ensures fairness for the system at large.
Thank you. All these other folks around the table are much smarter than me. I'm going to need your help to figure that out as we move forward. And any other questions from the committee? Thank you for being here and for your expertise. Appreciate the job you do. I worry about a lot of state agencies a lot of days, but I appreciate the job you do and the things you do over there, and we're glad you're driving a ship. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank y'all.
All right, y'all, we are going to break for a lunch. It's 12:20. You want to come back at 1:30? That's what time we scheduled on our agenda. Is that good with the group? We're good. All right, we'll stand adjourned until 1:30.
I'll call us back to order. We will recognize our next guest today. Thank you all for being here. Mississippi Development Authority, y'all have the floor. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Bill. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon to discuss the Mississippi Development Authority budget for FY26.
Bill, let me stop you real quick. When they passed out another handout that is different than the one that is in your binder, so you probably just want to go with the auxiliary one that's stuck in there. No, sir. It's this one. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're also prepared to discuss all our financial programs, incentives, major economic impact projects, and other program needs so that you can see the full impact of MDA's fiscal requirements on the state. With your consent, I'd like to make a few brief opening remarks and hand over the mic to my colleagues. First, Mr. Brian Daniel, our Accounting and Finance Chief, will discuss the specific operational budget requirements of the agency. He'll turn it over to Sarah Watson, our Director of Business Incentives, to discuss our incentive programs, as well as the cash needs of the agency going forward with the projects we've incentivized. Finally, Mr. P.J. Walderup, our Deputy Director and Chief of Staff, will discuss the overall breadth of program scope that the agency is responsible for and highlight our program issues and priorities. In addition to these speakers, we have Ms. Rochelle Hicks, our Director of Tourism, in the cheap seats today, and Ms. Diane Maddox, our Director of Human Resources, here to serve as resource witnesses in case there's any questions we can't answer up here. With that, ladies and gentlemen, first let me say what a privilege it is to serve as the Executive Director of MDA during a record-shattering time in Mississippi's economic history. And let me publicly thank the Governor and the Senators here for the confidence you placed in me during my confirmation process this spring. Since I first came to MDA in September 2020, I began a process of dramatic reform of the economic development components of the agency. And after being promoted in December, I asked Mr. Walter to be our Chief of Staff and to lead an effort with the outstanding collaboration of our MDA division directors to conduct a top-to-bottom performance assessment of the rest of the agency and all of its parts. This included zero-based budgeting, elimination of programs and staff that were not directly connected to legislative mandates, reorganization and simplification of process flow, discovering opportunities for automation, reforming our HR processes to include the development of a new personnel policy manual that radically reformed business ethics and eliminated conflicts of interest, and full implementation of SEC squared, which has dramatically reduced turnover and eliminated pay inequities between legacy employees and new hires. In addition, we've demonstrated 100% compliance on our individual staff performance reviews and professional development plans and tied individual performance to documented key performance indicators for each division. Members of this committee, consistent with Governor Reeves's vision, I've been an active advocate for limited government and supportive of the rapid downsizing of the agency from 270 pins in 2020 to 197 pins today, a drop of nearly 30%. We did this while at the same time managing against a flat top-line operating budget in a dramatically increasing cost environment. But in addition to these operating costs, this body alone has increased the number of new programs we manage by 17%, as well as increased the size and amount of pass-throughs to nonprofits and other entities. This does not include the vast amount of new federal program growth that's happening right now, while at the same time attempting to navigate 3 and probably more major economic impact programs, along with record project wins and related state investment. And while in some cases we have the funds to pay for people, we lack the pins to do so. Without a serious reduction in program responsibilities, which I'm prepared to work closely with this body to achieve, we have cut too many people too fast. As a result, we are asking for a restoration of 28 pins and a budget increase of $3.1 million in 2026. I think it's important to take a minute to review our org chart on page 3 of your packet. Since the completion of our agency assessment in July and beginning of the new fiscal year, we are now hiring to fill the key and essential roles that are vacant. We have 6 new starts coming in on October 1st. We'll have 11 on November 1st, and we'll be at 90% of our staffing allowance by the end of the year. As you can see from this chart, a huge component of our staffing is the visitor centers. These are must-staff activities. So when you cut pins, we have to take the hit from something other than tourism, which already operates its mandate on a skeleton front office crew. This puts inordinate pressure on the rest of the agency, whereas I've already discussed, we've seen much growth. Most people don't realize that in addition to our core global recruitment and export divisions, which only accounts for 20 people in the agency. We have legislative mandates to support small and minority-owned business registration and training, agency minority spend tracking. We have the state's energy office, the state's film office, the state's welcome home and retirement office, in addition to all our back office operations. Acting as the state's infrastructure and investment bank, we are the core fiduciary engine for hundreds of millions of dollars and hundreds of contracts, grants, and other program funding done by only 29 people, most of whom spend time processing the paperwork in the office, but also spend significant time out in the field making sure that all the record-breaking investment that we're incentivizing is getting built and the taxpayer funds are properly spent. We need to fill in significant gaps in some of these areas across the agency and create succession planning in several areas to make sure we no longer are one deep. It should be a bonus to be able to offer some career matriculation to minimize turnover and program support gaps. In the absence of these new pins, we need to have a serious conversation about legislative reform to reduce the number of programs, divest or otherwise reform the way we deliver welcome center services, or find new ways to keep the pin counts low and the productivity high. Office automation and productivity enhancements through technology and the use of AI to address routine tasks in this agency must be a priority in any event. I look forward to working with you in the legislature this year to continue the process of limiting the size and scope of government and to enhance its core functions to be as efficient as possible. I'd be delighted to answer any questions, and if there are none at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Brian to go through our operational budget details.
Don't the committee want to hold any questions? Y'all want to go on? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Governor, members of the committee. As Bill mentioned, my name is Brian Daniel. I am Director of Accounting and Finance at the Mississippi Development Authority, and I appreciate the opportunity to present our FY26 operating budget request to you. If you'll turn to page 4 of the presentation, this gives you a high-level overview of our funding request for FY26. As Bill mentioned in his opening remarks, MDA is requesting an additional $3.1 million in general funds, $814,000 in special fund spending authority for FY26. Along with this funding increase, we are also asking for the restoration of 28 pins. Our request is broken down into 6 key areas, which I will walk you through in more detail. If you'll turn to the next page, you'll see a chart showing a listing of these 6 items. On the top line, you will see we're requesting $1.89 million to fund the additional 28 pins. As Bill pointed out earlier, MDA is operating with an authorized staffing level that is currently 30% below where it was just 4 years ago. We believe this is not adequate enough to fully deliver our core mission, especially as we manage a growing number of programs, projects, and grants. These positions are critical to helping us maintain service quality. Alongside the new pins, we are requesting an additional $90,000 to cover job-specific costs for these positions, to include travel, equipment, and other expenses necessary to support these new hires. Next, you'll see a line for employee retention. We are requesting $445,000 to fund an across-the-board 3% pay increase for our employees. The purpose of this salary adjustment is threefold. First is market competitiveness to retain our current staff and reduce turnover. Second will be to minimize the training costs associated to replacing employees. And the last would be to boost morale across the organization. We strongly believe this will enable us to hold on to valuable talent while reducing the long-term cost of turnover. Next, you'll see that we're requesting $250,000 to invest in a new HR system. Our current processes lack automation for many routine tasks, and this new system will help us simplify employee leave management, streamline the onboarding process for new hires, and enhance our ability to retain employee records efficiently and in compliance with evolving employment regulations. This system is essential for handling our HR responsibilities in a more effective and legally compliant manner. Next, you'll see another request for $250,000. This would be to fund a training and professional development program. Many of our employees have expressed interest in additional training, and we believe this investment will help equip our workforce with the skills to maximize their existing systems and software, provide exposure to new processes and ideas, and improve the overall efficiency and effectiveness of our operations. The goal for this training would be to ensure our team has the knowledge and tools needed to carry out MDA's mission at the highest level. Lastly, we are requesting an additional $1 million to increase our marketing and outreach efforts in the economic development arena. For several years, our economic development marketing budget has been quite limited. With this request, we aim to implement a robust marketing strategy that will showcase the competitive advantages Mississippi offers. Specifically, we will focus on reaching companies and industries that may not yet be fully aware of the value we provide, especially in terms of speed to market, the low cost of doing business, and our diverse set of skills. That concludes my presentation of our FY26 budget request. I'll be happy to answer any questions now or at the end of the presentation.
Anyone have a question at this point? Y'all want to continue with the presentation? Y'all may continue. Thank you.
At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Sarah Watson, who's going to cover our Director of our Business Incentives Division. She is going to cover our incentive programs and MMEIA project updates.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. The next page in this presentation just is to provide some context and give a little bit of an overview of our incentive programs that we are currently managing. Is that better? Okay. A lot of these programs, as you all know, have traditionally been funded through bond authority, bond allocations. But in the past several years, there's been cash appropriations by the legislature to assist in funding some of these programs and the related projects. So this table is just to give an example and some context on the programs that are our most actively used programs and the funding that's associated with those, the unauthorized bond authority or the unissued bond authority that is currently available, and then the anticipated cash needs over the next couple of years. We are in the process of moving towards addressing the FY 2025 cash needs that are shown for each of those programs. And then 2026 is looking forward at obviously the following 12 months or so that we would anticipate the needs associated with those programs. Okay. The next page gives a brief overview of the MMEIA status. These are the three projects that were approved by the legislature over the last few years. The two big ones earlier this year are still getting started and underway. They're both under construction. The Aluminum Dynamics project, Triple Crown up in Lowndes County, they have made significant progress. They've hired up to approximately 400 of the committed 1,000 employees and are on track to be completed with construction by next summer. So they are making tremendous progress. The cash needs shown here are following in line with the structure of those incentives in the sense that we are providing some of the grants on a performance basis. So when they complete certain stages of the project, hire certain numbers of employees, that kind of thing, we are releasing some of those funds. And so that's showing kind of the timeline of how that will look over the next couple of years. Next is a slide about SSBCI allocation. This is a federal program that Mississippi was awarded up to $86 million in federal funds to administer access to capital programs for small businesses. There's this tremendous focus on SETI businesses, underserved businesses and communities, and MDA is allocating those funds. In the table on the right, it shows the programs that we have programmed those dollars into. There's some direct loan programs, a loan guarantee, and also a venture capital program that we are partnering with Innovate Mississippi in administering. This is a 5 to 6 year timeline of the program to administer all of those funds, but we are into year 2 of that. The next page is a snapshot of the GCRF projects. This shows what has been awarded over the since 2020 in the first year of appropriation for projects. And in 2022 and 2023, the legislature appropriated a small amount to some what we called Section 8 programs. And if you recall, there's the Section 7 are the directly appropriated by the legislative body, and then Section 8 awards allocates a pot of funds to MDA to make individual awards out of. So that's why we are showing those two separately. But over just under $200 million has been appropriated in the last 5 years, and those are the number of active projects that are ongoing right now. Are there any questions about those programs? And
questions of the committee?
Thank you, Sarah, Mr. Speaker, Governor, members of the committee, and staff. Thank you as well. The remainder of the slides in front of you represent the programs and projects of the divisions and most offices within MDA, as well as the anticipated levels of expenditure related to those activities. Just to orient you, I'm going to start with the disaster recovery slide. The first slide shows the disaster assistance program within our community incentives division. As you can see, these multi-year projects play out across the state and represent a diverse set of conditions for that team to manage and ensure rigorous compliance. Over the next year, we anticipate $41 million in spend across these 22 projects. Our next slide shows the small and minority business division's federal programs, which represent about $820,000 a year in spending. One item to note is that MDA is partially reimbursed the salaries of the team members associated with these activities, but that scale slides down based on the number of distressed counties that small and minority business services. We anticipate dropping from 20-something to about 8 distressed counties, meaning that more general fund expenditures will be necessary to cover the cost of those employees. The next slide shows our Energy and Natural Resource Division's grant awards, but I should also note two things. This $130 million number, managed by a team of 5, has the potential to balloon in the coming months. And 2, the grant funds are utilized for multiple programs. So you'll see 11 total grants that represent about 20 different programs. We'll try to pick up the pace a little bit and quickly show you the activities of the Tourism Dedicated Fund on the next slide. This list represents the average spend categories of that fund, which equates to about $1.2 million a month, according to the DOR's figures. And second, the certifications of our film office. The maximum payroll rebate eligible to be awarded every year is $20 million, and that spreads across 123 projects over the last few years. This next slide represents the pass-through activity of which MDA acts as the administrator, setting up grant agreements, reimbursements, contracts, project certifications, or other activities as may be necessary. The double asterisk on the TENTOM office is because this represents a true pass-through, meaning MDA pays for the costs associated with that office through our general fund, but we don't serve as an administrator as well. Finally, we want to show you the total list of programs run by the Community and Business Incentives Division. So starting on the next page, you heard from Sarah earlier about the several major programs within her division. This list will show you the full breadth. We'll start with community incentives and the 7 programs they run, with several projects apiece operating underneath those. Next slide shows the 12 grant programs run by MDA, and the yellow type notes the newest programs in their creation year. The next slide shows the 10 loan programs MDA operates, and the last slide shows the 11 tax incentive programs that MDA utilizes for economic development projects. In summation, there's a lot that goes on at MDA amongst the many divisions, offices, and programs. While we didn't spend a lot of time on the specifics of tourism today, I would remind you that Rochelle Hicks, our tourism director, is here, and our full team stands ready to answer any questions you may have.
Questions of the committee? Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here today. Just a few questions here. I guess this one will just be for anyone who wants to answer this. So just in experience, when you have a request for 28 new pins, I have found just personally, and the group may differ, that it's often hard to fill 28 new pins, even if we, had the finances to do that. Do you see any type of ramp up period on that, or do you think these are pins that if you were authorized to fill, you would fill immediately?
We'd fill them in a full fiscal year. We're going to ramp up about 25 pins just between the summer and the end of this year. So the good news is I think that the SEC squared payroll and pay bands have really helped us with recruiting. We've also really skinny down the organization. So when people come to the organization, they have work to do immediately. That's really high value and very high turnover. If you notice all the list of these programs. So we have a real rich employment experience that people can come when they come to the agency, and they hit the ground running pretty quickly. So we've discovered that we're now a magnet for talent, where I think in the last few years, it was kind of hard to figure out what people were going to do because we had a lot of extra people. And I think we eagerly admit that. And that, of course, breeds morale issues. It breeds turnover. It breeds, people standing around the water cooler complaining all day. All those kind of problems have gone away. And I think we've really just got an amazing and dynamic team. I'll also just say MDA's brand is pretty high right now, given the success we've had in economic development. And there's a lot of people who might not have otherwise looked at MDA or saying, I want to be part of that. So nobody can really tell what's going to happen, but the economy is also a little soft. So we got more people in the market than we used to have. So all those factors together, I think, would yield a beneficial result for us if we're authorizing additional PINs.
And just in looking through here, I see, the different programs, advantage jobs and things like that. But can you tell us how, if any, Inflex has been a good process for your department to make awards? And I don't see those listed in here.
Yeah, this is a
line
great
item.
question, Senator Parker. MFLEX is the new standard, and it's really a gold standard in the region and nationwide. It's gotten national attention. Almost every deal we do now is MFLEX. And we're putting a lot less cash in deals, which is great because it's performance-based. We don't have the clawback issues. I know when MFLEX was passed, the Lieutenant Governor in particular was very vocal about trying to see about how we could eliminate some of these duplicative incentive programs. I think it is now time to open the book on that. And as you might have noted in my opening remarks, I think it's time to really take a look at reforming the duplication, the redundancy, and all the additional headaches and staffing that comes with that requirement. I think we're ready for an overhaul of those programs as a result of MFLEX.
I know when we looked at it before, we cut it down to, you can correct me if I'm wrong, 31 or 39 incentives, or I think those were the ones that were active, 4 years ago when we started looking at it. But I think the challenge still remains that you, according to this packet, you still have some of them that are active in previous awards. And so you have to, it's a little more challenging to stop them while you still have people participating in them. One thing too, that I know PJ and I talked about a little bit last session that I have concern about is that where we've made these major investments in Inflex type of projects, there have been companies that have approached us and told us that they have had trouble kind of getting some of their needs met. Particularly, you may have a concrete company, or you may have another trucking company or someone who is looking for an Inflex type of incentive that, according to discussions last year, is not available to them. Are there some smaller ancillary Inflex type of awards that we could look at perhaps considering in the future to prop up some of these major development projects? And there may be a better question for PJ.
Well, I'll let PJ answer, but let me take a shot at it if you don't mind. You write into the statute what the qualifying entities are, and you could revisit that at any time and amend it to address it. In fact, frankly, we've got too many programs that are industry-specific programs that create a whole lot of paperwork and extra regulation for us. You want to shave out about a third of the regulations, we could go to a standard incentive for tax and for investment and not necessarily target them for this litany of industries, but make them all fair and equitable across the board. And then it makes the life easier for us and expands that for others. But if PJ wants to weigh in, I'm happy to let him.
Thank you. Not anything major to add to that, other than certainly we will take a look at any project that comes in and try to find the best fit if and when an incentive is appropriate to that. Sarah, did you want to add anything?
Just to echo what Bill said, we are, administering the program as it is in statute, and if we need to revisit those qualifications or types of industries, things like that, we're always open to discussing that.
And just the last question here, because you're opening a little flow sheet that showed all the different areas that you touch. And I wasn't aware that MDA touched all of these different areas. Are there any areas or appropriations or things that you're doing in your office that are bogging you down that you see as something we should move over to another agency because it's out of your either desire to handle or best practice to handle? Are there any of those that you could identify and tell us that maybe another state agency or another group might be better suited to handle?
I'd love the opportunity to have that conversation. I'm not sure we're prepared to make a recommendation today, but I can tell you that you can just see from the types of things that we're in a very diverse range of things, everything from federal energy policy and implementation to the film office to tourism. That span of control definitely leads to a concern about focus from leadership, getting too bogged down into too many different things. But MDA has always been sort of the gumbo that everybody dumps their ingredients in to allow the executive branch to execute these programs. I do think it's time to have that conversation. Because for particularly in energy in particular, but also with our welcome centers, I'm not sure that they're really totally connected to sort of MDA's core mission, where they could easily be contracted, devolved to the counties, set up as a separate group, put into, for example, energy could go to ag and commerce, which I think there's a lot more synergies there than there might be in MDA. So I'd love to have the conversation and debate. I'd also think, with many of these programs, I mentioned duplication of a lot of these programs, redundancies. We have programs that you've set up that don't get used very often, or we have to maintain a whole program for a $500,000 a year allocation. That doesn't make sense from a government efficiency standpoint. So we'd like to crack the whole code open and see what we could do to really reinvent this thing over the next few years.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we'd welcome that conversation. I like the things that y'all are doing that are on the front page of the paper pretty regular and in regional publications throughout the country. And so maybe it is time to figure out the best way forward. And if I want you hunting those kind of fish you like to be hunting and that sort of thing. And so if that means we need to do something different, I think you're going to find not only this committee and the folks around these tables, but in other rooms open to that as well. I think it's reforms kind of on the menu all the way around. I think it'd be a really good time to figure that out. In the 28 pins though, what are those specifically? Do you have an idea on exactly what those 28 would hit? Y'all touched on it briefly, but just.
Sure. So the ramp up that we are doing right now is across all of the agencies. So just assume one or two in every little pocket. And then if we get the 28 additional pins, some of those will be outside the building. So they'll be dedicated to the welcome centers or in other federal programs where we don't have the number of pins to hire somebody to be in all of the regional offices, but the remainder of those will be in the office. And again, they'll just be spread across the agencies. So there's not one particular activity or program where we have specific needs. Brian, did you want to add anything to that?
No, sir. Just to add that they are spread across the agency, and partly why they were not filled over the last couple of years or few years is it was one person here, one person there, and that has now added up to a point that we need to go back the other way and actually fill some of the ones that we had not filled previously for various reasons. But that's where we are now. We just need
love the fact that y'all got rid of and trim. So that, before we just go ahead and back, it's worthy of the conversation. But what you're saying is it's one here and two there. It's not any specific one thing. The other thing I would just ask y'all specifically is the one, I haven't necessarily been on this in the past, but I've heard the conversations as they center around tourism. While certainly that is, certainly worthy and needs our best efforts. Does that fit through MDA? Is that, I'm not trying to drag you into a political thing. Again, we've had these conversations with other people earlier today on other things, but it seems like that's one that we could consider. Like sometimes I feel like maybe that weighs your agency down when I wish you were doing these other things that I think are kind of changing the game for us in the state and not have to, and maybe you say, no, it doesn't take that much time or attention from your other stuff, but,
It's a good question, Mr. Speaker, and Chairman Oliver asked us this question in his committee during the last appropriation cycle. Comes up often. I think the challenge you have when you spin an agency like tourism off, if you just look at the head count, you're looking at 9 people, so or 12 people, whatever's in their front office, and then 44 people in the welcome centers. If you want to do something for tourism, I think the welcome centers are where we need to have some conversations about how to take that kind of distraction out of the tourism camp. The second thing I'll say is the shared services that we offer at MDA, procurement, back office support, shared marketing support, all the finance and accounting. When you look at just the sheer amount of transactions that they have, it doesn't make sense to duplicate that effort in another agency. And the last thing I'll say is this. When we go out on foreign trips or regional trips, we have our recruiting team, we have our export team, and we have our tourism team all together because there's a great synergy when you're introducing new companies to Mississippi to have people who know all the excitement about our state on board with us at the same time. That synergy is hard to replicate. Now, you could put that in a separate office, but then it's a separate phone call. The accountability to each other is not always necessarily there. And so I could make an argument probably both ways, but I think maintaining the status quo and helping us get out of this welcome center business allows then us to use some of those saved pins to maybe bolster up tourism and really do the kind of things we want to do there.
Thank you. I would welcome those conversations. Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There go my glasses. I'd like to thank y'all for your hard work. Every time we have one of these projects, the ones of us who's part of the west of the I-55 caucus obviously have concerns. So I think we all know the challenges that's over in that area of the region of the state. But being the experts, I guess my first question is, as being the experts, specifically, what are some of the challenges that you see over there from prospective industries coming in? And the second question would be recommendations for any change in policy, or whether there's additional resources that we as legislators can take under consideration.
It's an excellent question. It's a complicated answer, as you know. But if I had to just give you two or three ideas, one of those would be to help stand up some broader regional initiatives within the Delta, multi-county regions. Everybody's kind of on their own over there, and you don't have a good regional body. And where you see success in the state, whether it's the Golden Triangle or whether it's in Hattiesburg with their Area Development Partnership, and even on the coast, which that's a more complicated environment, but they have a regional marketing entity. I think having a place for the state to go where we have a regional group that's put together, focused on the regional issues and regional dynamics, where they pool their resources and help them really grow. And you've got a lot of overlays over there. You've got, the Delta Regional Authority, Delta Regional Commission. It's not without resources, but it is without some focus and political alignment. You've got some really top talent in the Delta doing economic development, from Vicksburg all the way to Tunica. There's professional economic developers that are working over there doing a really good job. We need more of that, and we need more regionalization. And frankly, they just need more money to do what they need to do to keep up, because their tax base is just resource constrained. So that's kind of on the political alignment and organizational dynamics. I'd say the second thing we need to understand is that in order to attract major industry, there's certain fundamental things that you just have to address. Population outmigration and the challenges with the rural densities of population, that creates a barrier that's not easy to overcome, because companies, the way they select sites is based on access to talent. And we're going to have to dial back the expectations and sort of have more organic growth, stabilizing the tax base through these major energy investments that are coming, but then also start to work on more infill, business retention, organic growth, and really start to stabilize that before you can expect a major new company to come in. And then lastly, I would just point out, the Delta is different than other parts of the state because of its soil geology. It's in the alluvial plain of the Mississippi River. If you look at it on a topography map, and you're an engineer and you've got a choice between the plains of Northeast Mississippi or a floodplain in the Delta, all things being equal, you're going to go to higher ground. These are things we often don't think about, but are absolutely critical to companies making multi-$100 million capital investment decisions. So I think we have to temper our expectations and focus on what the competitive advantages for the Delta can be, without trying to think that they're going to be the same thing as other parts of the state, because it's just not going to happen. So we need to manage expectations carefully. With that being said, I think putting together a group of several regional southern, central, northern part of the Delta, maybe some pass-through funding to MDA to help enable that hire some good talent to come in there and help organize them, do regional strategic planning, capital investment strategy, vertical market analysis, and then we are now can be aligned with them to figure out what is going to work and what's going to be successful. So I hope that answers your question, but that's a long conversation for another time.
Done. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boyd.
Thank you. You may have alluded to this with your staffing issues and stuff like that, but there's two programs that some of my members have approached me about that we maybe have not issued the grant zone, and that's the Forestry Facilities Grant Program. My understanding from my members is that we have not yet issued the grants out for that program, and then the Main Street program. Can you tell me what's going on with that? Is it because of staffing? Explain, can you help us out here?
I'm going to turn it over to Sarah and Brian to talk about the forestry program, because I think we have a legislative defect there that's causing that problem, but I'll pass it over.
Yes, in the authorizing legislation, when the program was established and the way the law was written, the funds weren't to be available to be spent. We didn't have authority for the funds until after July 1 of 2024. And then in the spending authority legislation from last year, the transfer was made, but the authority sunset as of June 30, 2024. Leanne's shaking her head.
You have special fund authority in your 2025 budget.
But the date.
You have $300 million in special fund authority. And some of that special fund authority is for 2025, includes that $5 million.
Okay, there was some language that was in the verbiage specifically for the $5 million that created some confusion there, but we will coordinate with Elbow. We'd been talking about this because it has been a conversation. We have regs on the books and we're ready to move forward, but we had gotten some indication of no, we didn't have that authority. So we will sort that out.
Okay. And then Main Street?
Yeah, I'll tackle Main Street. So the Main Street program is another one of these where we think we have some legislative defects. We've been working with staff to try to address some of this behind the scenes and see if we can come up with a workable compromise. We've drafted some language that we're sending up to y'all. Lieutenant Governor, we met with Nathan a couple weeks ago. He's asked us for that language. We're working on that now to get it to him. We think if we can get it fixed in early January, we think we can get the grants out. But we've got some problems in me putting my signature on a grant agreement, given the current interplay between the appropriations and the authorizing language. And so we're trying to get that sorted so that we can get it expedited.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant Governor.
That call go first. He hadn't talked yet.
You got several. John from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the subject of Main Street. Now, we're talking about the revitalization grant program. Okay, good deal. I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Senator Hickman.
Yeah, just a very quick question on the forestry program. Now that you realize that where the issue and all may be, just a couple of questions. One, you say you have regs already. Are those available that we could see kind of what the regs are? And then two, how long do you think it'll take you to get with Elbow to work out the issues to start the program to running? Because I was one of the people that was inquiring very heavily and strongly about this program and kind of hit a dead end on it.
Okay, certainly, yes. The regs have been filed and are on file with Secretary of State's office, but also we are more than happy to share those with you directly. I will, as soon as the Elbow folks are done with this, we'll get with them right away and get that cleared up and make sure that we're all on the same page about the language. But then we would move forward with publicizing the program and taking applications.
Thank you.
Just so I'm clear, the issues with the Forestry Facilities Grant Program are different than the issues with Main Street.
That's right.
Correct.
And it took us getting in here today to realize we can or can't be on the same page, or?
Yes, I had been asked a question earlier this week, but I had not discussed it with MDA.
Okay. All right. Further questions? Lieutenant Governor.
Yeah, I want to go back, and we are getting calls on both those programs. So
am I.
I know. So I'm real glad that we're going to go forward with the forestry. There is a new facility that was recruited. It's in Sugar Lock, which is where Senator Hickman's from. So that's real important to us. And then I know from speaking to the Main Street groups and the tourism groups that they're very interested in completing whatever those issues are. So I'll check with Nathan when I get back up and chair with the speaker. There's 44 people that are in the welcome centers or service centers. I'm not sure how you even got there, but the tourism group, the tourism for the state of Mississippi is like our fourth largest industry or something like that, isn't it? It's a huge thing. So we have several different organizations. We got the Main Street organization. You got each city or county's got their own tourism director. I mean, there's a lot of layers out here. So I really want to delve into where they ought to be or how they exist at all, or how do we get 44 people standing there shaking hands that are not have anything to do really much with you this year. And I think the speaker's on point there about looking at our number of people and what we're really doing, what our structure is. And you spoke to that a minute ago. I think that's one that I just can't get my hands on. We have a lot of county stuff. We have these 44 people that are really just kind of put there somewhere. And then we have 9 people working in tourism, and we have tourism all over Mississippi, each one being funded by mostly by the counties and the cities. I'd ask you to put together a program to see where you are on that and whether or not you really need to keep that or not. Having someone go with you, I can assume going to Germany or wherever and having somebody with you, that's great. But I don't know that that's the reason for the structure. So I'm not understanding why we have that same structure. And Speaker's right. We looked at this a couple of different years, and it kind of got bogged down in many other things we got to deal with. But I think this is a year. If you're bringing up structure, I think it's a good time to find out why you got 44 people and the other 9 for that matter. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further questions from the committee? All right. Thank y'all for being here. We hadn't touched on the great wins you had this year, but I congratulate you and all the work y'all did to make those happen. You made our state look good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Governor, members of the committee.
Right. Thank y'all for being with us.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having us here.
You're recognized.
Governor, Mr. Speaker, committee members, good afternoon. Thank you for the funding you provided this agency for the past 3 years, and as well as the opportunity to present our FY26 budget request here this afternoon. Today, I have with me Brian Ferguson, our Chief of Staff, Michelle Carter, our Director of Government Affairs, and Crystal Love, our Chief Financial Officer. But before we make our FY presentation, I'd like to take just a few minutes to summarize what the legislature has done, not only for this agency, but for all the citizens of this state that enjoy what Mississippi's great outdoors has to offer, and also let you know what we've done for the funds that you provided for the last 3 years. Just want to take this opportunity to tell you what we've done before we ask for more. We're handing a spreadsheet out there that you can look at, and it tracks us from the very first appropriation up to the appropriation from last year, all the way up to what we've got accomplished this month. We also put you a calendar in there that we thought you might enjoy. Specifically, I want to talk about what the legislature has done for this agency, as I mentioned earlier, for over the last 3 years. And over the last 3 funding periods, the state has allocated Okay, is that better?
Yes, sir.
I'll start over the last 3 funding periods, the state has allocated approximately $70 million in state and ARPA funds for improvements. 96% of those funds have been allocated to projects at various state parks. The other 4% has been used to make improvements to the Museum of Natural Science. Statewide projects include newly renovated campgrounds at Roosevelt, Clarko, Percy Quinn, Buccaneer, and Paul B. Johnson. By the end of fiscal year 2025, state parks will have renovated 421 RV campsites with total electrical, water, and wastewater infrastructure improvements to them all. In addition to the parks mentioned, we have completed water and wastewater improvements at Waldoxie, Lake Lincoln, Leroy Percy, and a master plan is currently being developed for improvements to Leroy Percy and Holmes County as well. By the end of 25, we will have completed cabin renovations at Percy Quinn, Roosevelt, Clarko, Natchez, and Paul B. A total of 74 cabins will be completed. New amenities like Wi-Fi, tiny homes, playgrounds, camp stores, online stores, and other amenities are being added as we go. The Museum of Natural Science is currently doing renovations on its road entrance, front entrance, gift shop, displays, lighting, and sound systems throughout. Bottom line, the investment y'all are making in our state parks is working. This can be seen at both Buccaneer and Percy Quinn, 2 of the ones we have back open at this time. At Buccaneer, we invested $2 million in 45 campsites on the Gulf, and it has seen over $1 million in return over the last 2 years. The Percy Quinn campground opened on August 1 this year, and revenue at Percy Quinn, when compared to this same time last year, has tripled. The campground is now the highest grossing campground in the state, and customer satisfaction is at an all-time high. And we expect to see this same success sometime later this summer at Roosevelt, Paul B., Clarko, as those parks will reopen later this year. I want to speak just a little bit more to the general funds that you've given us over the last year. You actually stepped up and gave us about $7.1 million to assist with our law enforcement. Out of that that was $17 million total, and that 7.1 amounts to about 40% of the total salaries. And not only did this help our LE department, but it's vital to the agencies to keep the state park money in the parks. As we invest in parks, we have to maintain the ability to care for those parks. And this is critical for ensuring we can continue to do so. Also, this funding allows us to ensure that we have the ability to continue to have matching funds necessary to keep receiving the federal funds for wildlife and fisheries conservation statewide. Our mission is conserving and enhancing Mississippi's wildlife, fisheries, and parks, and provide outdoor quality recreation to engage the public in natural resource conservation. We're continuing to work to ensure that we are being proactive to the needs of the state, and although this money is the special fund money that I'm talking about is not money, it's basically authority. We need that authority to continue to move forward. And as I prepare to turn our presentation over to Brian Ferguson to go into detail about our FY26 request, I would like to close my part by saying that as grateful as we are what you've done for LE, we feel it's important to inform you that we are continuing to lose our law enforcement officers to other law enforcement entities due to salary issues. Since the inception of the Cadet Fund in 2016, we have lost just under 30% of the officers we have trained at the cost of $112,000 each, and the vast majority indicated that the salary issues are the key reason that they feel like they're forced to leave. But to close on a positive note, I want to reiterate that the Mississippi State Legislature has invested over $70 million in our state park system over the last few years, and we're looking forward to continue to make our park system one we can all be proud of. At this point in time, I turn it over to Brian Ferguson to talk a little bit about our 26 budget request.
Thank you all for having me. I first want to start with, I did leave a binder for LBO and I also left one for the Speaker and Lieutenant Governor. We won't talk specifically about what that, but it is a educational program initiative that we want to start discussing and implementing later on this year or in oncoming years. And I welcome any conversation to have with that at a later date. If you turn your attention to that first page on our handout, as Director Posey mentioned earlier, the funding request and this one prioritizes our salaries for to bring our law enforcement officers and the other agency employees up to market value. I think this is especially true for our law enforcement officers as they've served and put their lives on the line every day for the people in the state of Mississippi. As you can see on our funding request on the salaries, we're asking for a increase from $38.9 million in authority to $43.8 million, which approximately $2.8 million of that will be used to bring our nearly 200 officers up to market value in order for us to retain those officers and recruit 15 to 20 new cadets in the next year. The remaining authority and salaries will go to support the recruitment and retention of several park managers and system managers, field biologists, museum educators, and support staff. We currently have about 44 vacant positions in our agency and with about 49 vacant positions that we need to fill. Therefore, we're requesting at the bottom here, we're going from 580 pens. We were just requesting 5 additional pens to bring our total head count up to 585. Our general fund request, we're requesting about a $2.5 million increase up to $2.1 million, and our state fund request increases by $9.8 million to $19.9 million. Over on the second page of your handout, I'll kind of walk you through what that general fund request is and what that other state support fund request is as well. Our general fund in our agency generally always goes to the salaries of our state park and museum employees. This last year, you were generous enough to give us enough general funds so we can support about 40% of our law enforcement salaries as well. This year, we're requesting $6.9 million for those state park employees, $4.6 million for museum natural science employees, and $7.7 million to support the law enforcement salaries as well. We're also requesting that $400,000. We've gotten that in the last 4 years for chronic wasting disease. The newest request here would be the $350,000 that we're requesting for a national advertising and promotion outdoors recreation campaign. We are working with Visit Mississippi, and Director Rochelle Hicks has been great working with her to push tourism and push initiatives from state parks. Right now, we're seeing more advertising from our states adjacent to us and our neighbor states more than we're seeing Mississippi State Park. So we're looking for about $350,000 to push our advertising outside of Mississippi. From there, we're prioritizing again our state parks on our other state fund request. We're looking to move forward with projects at Waldoxie, at Tishomingo State Parks, LaFlores, and Lake Lowndes. And what's not here is also J.P. Coleman in North Mississippi. Their request is about $13.4 million. And also, after that, we have the museum equipment and some infrastructure improvements there as well. This past year, the past 2 years, we've invested $4.4 million into the redesign of the Natural Science Museum here locally. We've seen a drastic increase in the participation and people and visitors coming to there with the investment in the playground there as well. That flow, and why we're asking for that is generally just to get more people into that museum and actually to be able to bring in our bigger, more advanced things for people to see there. I just lost that word. Not the signs. The amenities for them to see, actually, to visit at the museum. I'm sorry. Exhibits, I'm sorry. So right now, the actual infrastructure of the museum is too small to bring the infrastructure, bring the exhibits into the museum. So we're asking for $1.5 million to expand those entryways so that we can bring in those amenities for other people to see as well. We're also asking we have a SRT building here locally as well for our law enforcement staff. We have about 50 members of our law enforcement SRT team. They deploy all around the state and do various missions. They have a lot of equipment, millions of dollars of equipment that we have located in the state. So we're asking to improve that building so that we can securely store all that equipment inside the building. The last request is about the binders that I left you all. It's an education enhancement program. The E funds, we generally get $125,000. We have gotten that for, I know, over 10 years, probably closer to 20 years. We've gotten about $125,000 for our Project WOW, which is a federal nationwide program. What we're asking for is what we understand about education and how we expand participation in parks is to increase our educational program so that we can bring people to our state parks for more than just stays and RV campgrounds and those things. The difference, what we see in our other state parks around the nation is that they have educational programs, they have interpretation programs and all those things. So people actually come to their parks to actually visit those parks to do things other than camp there. So that $1.1 million is a request so that we can build out some of the infrastructure that we need there and get staffing and employees there to do some of our interpretive planning. That's all I have for our presentation. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer any.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too like to thank y'all for all the hard work y'all do. 21 years ago, when I first got to this body, we was having discussions about our state parks, and I'm so happy that we finally at the point where we are making some progress with it. So I want to thank y'all for that. But my question is there a comprehensive plan as it relates to, the renovation of our state parks?
Yes, sir. It's a very comprehensive plan. We've tried to take it, just kind of as we go, but we do have a plan lined out, and we hope it's a 5-year plan that we'll almost have every park in the state completely renovated within that 5-year plan. With 3 years now. It may not make the 5-year list, but we're gonna make a pretty good run at it.
Okay. And in that plan, how is it prioritized?
Well, initially we started with the first 5 because there'd been a lot of preliminary planning done on those, and they were the ones we were able to get in there and affect those
shovel-ready projects.
Yeah, we call it that. So we started with those 5, and then we moved south, and now we're moving north. And we're just trying to, work our way through logistically as best we can, as cost efficiently as we can.
Okay.
To kind of expand on that, we're looking at trying to make sure that we're investing in those parks first that bring in the highest grossing revenue. So we took a look at how the visitation of those. So we put those initial funds into those, keeping in mind that we can use as we make more money in those parks for those different amenities that we will stop having to ask this body for more money. We can use those funds as we get those to improve other parks that hadn't been directly funded through an appropriation.
Right. Okay. With that being said, I see there was a $100,000 request for marketing last year. I think the request is $350 this year. On that first $100,000, have we seen a return on our investment on that?
I think so. When you look at places like Percy Quinn, Buccaneer, and those places, we put a lot of emphasis early on in the year on those new parks. But you got to keep in mind that a lot of those big parks are closed right now, so we don't have exact numbers. All the major parks, all the 5 big ones campgrounds are still closed. So we're starting to see that. When Percy Quinn opened, it was at 100% occupancy that first week. Buccaneer is generally throughout the summer, 85 to 90%. So we are expanding those marketing efforts. More people, we believe, know about us. Our social media pages are growing by thousands of percentages. So those marketing efforts are working.
And as far as the development on the particular parks, do y'all take in consideration the particular region of the state and their needs or the amenities that they might need that will attract people to that particular park?
Before we started the plan, we did a economic impact study, and we worked with USM to go around and find out what the needs are from the public. So we didn't put the plan together just in our own little box. We went out and asked the community what type of things that they need, did surveys and those things. And we're still doing more of those as we expand around the state, trying to identify what the things are that people need. The good thing about what we do is that we don't have to ask hard. People are chomping at the bits to tell us what it is that they want.
And speaking of chomping at the bits, people in Holmes County is chomping on the bits about that park there.
Please, I thought you weren't going to get there, gentlemen. Get there. That's
So, I mean, all of the parks is in this comprehensive plan. And as long as the legislature continue to do our part, we're going to get all the parks renovated.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
He said all those questions to say this. He and I are keenly interested in Holmes County State Park.
We've got a comprehensive plan we're trying to develop for it. We're having some power issues up there. It's kind of got us held out, but we're working on that.
He and I can help you in that strategic planning if you need to.
We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Senator Boyd and then Lieutenant Governor.
First of all, I want to thank you. You'll answer the phone call at 4:00 on a Friday afternoon, and it's 5:30 and all that, and you're always accessible for those questions, and you've done a lot in my area. I've got a unique situation, and I think there's others in there that, because those state parks are leased from the Army Corps of Engineers, and it presents some unique circumstances. And I know y'all tried to lease. Can you give us just kind of an update on those that are leased and kind of the situations that you're in that, and kind of the update on that, and really how those leases work?
Well, let me start by saying it's a fairly complicated issue. We have 4 parks. They're core parks, and we lease those from the Corps of Engineers for a specified amount of time, usually 25 years at a time. And some of them are up to be renewed right now, and some of them we've just been renewed. They have a real quirky thing in their lease. It says if you don't renew the lease, you have to return the land to like it was originally was. We don't really know what that means, but we've chosen not to invest a lot of money into those parks right now. We know that they're in desperate need of having some stuff done, and we're doing the best we can, but we'd rather spend the money on our parks that we own rather than parks that we lease. In your particular area, John Kyle, we've been fortunate enough to lease the golf course out, and we're trying to help that gentleman do some things there. And we're in some negotiations with them to possibly come in and lease the rest of the golf course. And, but we've been down this road several times about, somebody coming in and wanting to invest, and it just hadn't panned out yet. It's not for lack of effort to get out there and try to convince somebody to come in and do something in the parks that are sitting vacant or not being used to their full potential. We're trying to interest someone in those. We just quite literally don't have the money to go in there and do what needs to be done.
And what I would assume, if I was an investor, I would be reluctant to come in and invest substantially in something that there was not more than a 25-year lease on, because I think that's what it is, isn't it? A 25-year lease.
Well, we're willing to negotiate as far as long as the Corps would negotiate, but we would have to actually, get our lease and get the okay from the Corps to sublease it out to someone else. But so they usually do 25 and 25, but obviously we would ask for 50 if that's what we could find somebody who would come in and do some work for us. We would ask for 50 as well.
Okay. And we've had difficulty in our area, I know, with even with the Corps maintaining their own properties in our area. Do y'all have in those Corps other leased properties, is that typical? Are you seeing that same thing in those other properties as well?
It was especially bad this summer, and we were told that it was because they actually laid a lot of the contract workers off, and they weren't cutting the grass, and we were even assisting them in some cutting the grass in some of the parks. I don't know the real reason behind why they were laying the contract workers off. I guess probably to do with the federal budget would be what I would guess. A lot of work can be done in the core parks that they're not doing. But they have some that are really nice, and they step beside some of ours that are not so nice, so it makes it another difficult situation on us sometimes there.
Okay. I thank you for what you've done. We got some, I mean, it is blighted in some of those aspects of the park, and we need to probably knock some buildings down and things like that because they're falling in.
Yeah, we're very aware of that. We have plans to address that.
But I do appreciate everything that you're doing and the efforts you've made to try to make those viable.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Senator Parker.
I just mentioned this because Senator Boyd brought this up just out of happenstance. I stopped at the park that you're talking about and noticed some of the cart paths on the golf course in particular being very dangerous. And so we had someone reach out to your department through the Lieutenant Governor's office with some concerns there. And my understanding is that those concerns were immediately addressed.
Yes,
and it got me understanding the whole core issue and how that is. But I do want to say that I appreciate when you have safety concerns and other things on there, because my thought when it was brought to me is that, well, to repair a cart path, for example, is an expense, but you're going to have to dig up something to leave the land as is anyway, so you might as well fix it so that no one gets hurt, while you're deciding whether or not you're going to renew the lease or not. But your agency did a really good job on that, just from a person from the outside looking in. And so I just want to thank you, and I appreciate the work you did, whoever from your staff made that happen.
Well, thank you. We were aware of that, and we just sorry we couldn't get to it quicker. We knew it was there and knew it needed fixing. It just took a little time to get to it.
Lieutenant Governor.
One quick question on $13,450,000 that you've got here. How much do we get as a match from the federal government, Ryan?
We have this coming up year, we'll have about a $3.5 million federal LWCF match potential, and in 2026 another $3.5 million. So about $7 million of match potential for our state park projects in the next 2 years.
So if we were to fund the $13 million, it would be 16 or 17 million, but if it's 3.5 more.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any further questions from the committee? All right. Thank y'all for being here. Appreciate the jobs you all do. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think that brings us to a conclusion in our hearings. Again, to restate our dates, the staff will have until November 14 to prepare our legislative budget recommendations and finalize a summary of the actions in the staff recommendation. The committee will return on that day, Thursday the 14th at 8:30. Y'all will probably get a notice from somewhere from somebody, but we'll start at 8:30 that morning on the 14th, and the governor will be here at 9 to adopt the fiscal year 2026 budget. We will then return on Wednesday, December 11, to publicly adopt and release the legislative budget recommendations. These are the same dates we talked about earlier. And I think that concludes our business before the committee. I thank all the members for being here and for your attendance. Look forward to seeing you in November. Any further statement? All right, we can't rise and report, but I will entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved. The lady seconds. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing no objection, we will stand adjourned. Thank you.